We're going to talk about, we have to give congratulations to the biggest earners on YouTube in the years 2022 and 2023. We have to give them big shout outs today. Big shout out to Big Kevin Media and Barry Lee Jordan. These are the two biggest earners on YouTube, and earners are what we used to call people in New York City. If you had a business, you made money, you were earning, E-A-R-N-I-N-G. But on the street, there were people that were doing illegal things as well, and they were earning too. Now, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go lateral with earning and talk about YouTube earnings to the two biggest earners on YouTube in 2022 and 2023, and we're going to give them big congratulations for earning more money than any other bloggers in the history of YouTube for specific purposes that were mentioned for 730 days, 2 years. And then zero, not a penny of any of those collected monies was used for the original intended reasons that the money was collected for. So in those regards only, you have to give them what we call credit or kudos, or we have to give them the award that they deserve for collecting the most money of the two top earners on YouTube that have collected the most money for things they said they were going to use the money for, and then never used a penny of the money for the intended purposes. And we don't, if I can see a comment, who wants to go first? So I have notes. I have 14 notes for Big Kevin. Barry, I can ad-lib Barry's super chat history. So I got up 14 solid notes. 14 notes, 5 pages of notes for Big Kevin and how he has committed fraud in the Philippines genre, baby. So when the thing that got me started with this is I have not watched a lot of YouTube. I've been doing other stuff the last few weeks. For big Christmas week, you could look at the statistics on YouTube. Very few people put any kind of content out for a week or so before Christmas, including myself. Although I made several videos, I had a problem with the computer, which is now resolved. But I continued to make videos on a regular basis, something that none of you people have done. What none of Kevin, Big Kevin or Barry has done for sure. A few other people put out a video here and there. Not much in the way of content regarding the Philippines, but there wasn't much content produced, and it's the slowest week of the year for content. Christmas week, and even between Christmas and New Year's, people are doing other things. I was doing other things. Other people were doing other things. So, like for instance, I put out a quick short yesterday on a beautiful vacation area in Bohol, just about 1,000 feet down the road, on the beach, down the beach, the path of the beach. And I put out, I did 3 or 4 more videos of the ecosystem in the Philippines, which I will eventually put out. I did a couple of drone videos, which I will eventually post. But this week, again, like I said, no matter what you post, the view count is down, and no one's interested in the Philippines at this moment. They're all recuperating from the holidays. This is just the way the views and what goes on. Now, the second week of January, that's when, if you have content, you want to get that out if you're interested in getting a higher view count and possibly earning some money on YouTube. But in the meantime, what I also did while my computer was down, and now it's back up, what I also did was I learned how to use my cell phone a little bit better. I learned some of the functions that I did not know where they were. I spent some time asking Google how to do stuff or watching YouTube videos. One of the things I learned how to do was reduce the size of a photograph. This phone, the Samsung Galaxy 21, will take a 5, 6 and a half, 7, 8 gigabyte picture. Well, you can't load that up onto YouTube. So there are functionality buttons that will bring it down to 20% or 50% of the original giga size. So I learned how to do that so that I would have more thumbnails available. I also learned how to copy and paste, believe it or not. I didn't know how to copy and paste a link. And I also learned how to get the screen to go from portrait to landscape. Because even though the people in the Samsung store said all you have to do is press auto rotate, you know that even the people in the Samsung store that sold me the phone don't know how to auto rotate the phone properly. There's a way. There's an auto rotate button, and if you push it, it highlights the button. Therefore, the phone should auto rotate when you turn the phone horizontal. But it doesn't. And they could not figure out why it did not. They were in the store pushing the auto rotate button, and it said highlighted auto rotate, but it wouldn't auto rotate. What you have to do is you have to hold your finger down on the auto rotate button for 2 seconds. Then the auto rotate kicks in. The first quick press just highlights the button but doesn't make the phone auto rotate on this phone. So nobody in the store could figure that out. So I did it by accident. I pushed it down. I said, this button has to work. And I pushed the button and I held it down, and then all of a sudden the phone worked properly. So that's one thing I learned. The second thing I learned is how to copy and paste a link, which I did not know how to do because I did all of that stuff on my computer. And of course, that's also a long press. And that's how I probably got to the auto rotate button to make that work, because to copy a link, it's a long press. So the auto rotate button, even though a quick press highlights the button, you need to long press the button. So there's a difference in the long press and the short press, which was really interesting to learn because the people in the Samsung store did not know that information. So what you're going to see here on the screen now, I'm going to turn this around. I'm not going to be really fielding comments unless you want me to bang a pot, and that's going to cost you some jingle. So we'll just, the less comments, the better. So this video thumbnail that I have of these two horses. They're actually unicorns. These are inside the ICM Mall. What a beautiful display they have in the ICM Mall. A Christmas display with several Christmas trees, and you could see to the back left-hand side what we call the wooden soldiers, the march of the wooden soldiers, the horses. The children can sit on those horses. Now they're made of plastic, but they're beautifully painted and ornated. It's a beautiful display. If you have children and you want to bring your children somewhere to take pictures for Christmas, it's just walk into the ICM entrance, the main entrance, and it's about 100 feet deep into the store, maybe 150 feet. And there's behind those horses, from where I'm standing behind, those beautiful Christmas trees and seats that you can sit your children down in front of the Christmas tree like they're opening up presents. Very nice display. So let's go back over to my notes. Let's get this. I don't see my page. Let me open up my page first. So congratulations, Kevin and Barry. Yeah, these guys are kicking butt and taking names, boy, I gotta tell you. So let's talk about the big Kevin. Let's talk about him first, because him I have the most notes on. Hey, LaRue. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Happy New Year to you too, LaRue. I see you on at all hours of the day and night, but at 3 o'clock in the morning, the last thing I want to do is start chatting with people on YouTube. But thanks for stopping by. LaRue is up all hours of the day and night, blogging and blogging and blogging and blogging and blogging. And she has a channel for Filipina women and Filipinos, and she speaks in the native language, and she talks about cooking and gardening and various things in another language that I don't understand. But thank you for stopping by. So let's go to Big Kevin's notes. Well, we got the notebook out. Well, we still have internet. Internet has been really bad this week here in the Philippines. So let's talk about these notes. Let's talk about the first note that I have. We're also going to talk about Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump has been compromised by the Israeli Mossad. Hey, good morning, Michael Dowdy. Hope you had a happy New Year. My New Year's was well, thank you. I met a lady at the Christmas party, and we spent a good portion of the New Year's week together, doing some different things. A lady from Germany, very nice lady. She speaks very well, very good English, and we did some reconnoitering on the beach in back of my house, and for her it was an exploration for the first time. And that's where I made the video of the vacation area for $10 a day, and the back of the Bellevue in the with the ecosystem, when I talked about how the sand had been washed away over the years from the storms. She was floating around in the background. She doesn't want to be on YouTube. So, and then what I did was I spent being at my computer was down for the week. It's back up now. I spent a few hours a week, a few hours each day. Number one, I cleaned out the computer of all the junk that was inside it. There were hundreds of applications that I don't use and don't need. They're all gone. And I freed up several gigs of space. I also learned how to add and remove programs properly, because after each program you should restart your computer. It completely takes out. Now, to other people this is common knowledge, but for me it's new stuff. So when you take out a program, sometimes it will tell you to restart your computer. Restart your computer, because otherwise bits and pieces of that program stay running in the background. I don't know how that works exactly, but other than that, we did quite a bit of walking. I went to the city. I did a few videos in the city of different things. I visited a few people that I haven't seen in a while. It was a nice Christmas vacation. Thanks for asking. I hope that Mike Dowdy also had a nice vacation in his new house, 20 feet from the high tide mark. Very nice, Michael, with a breeze, an ocean breeze. I'd like to see, even if a private video of the view from the back of your house, so I get an idea what the beach looks like. What are there boats? Is that video with the boats in it the back of your house? Is it sand? Is it rock? Is it coral water between the between the house and the ocean? Because there's all different types of beaches here. Some people will say, I live on a beach and it's just rock. And I will tell you something. Most of the beaches in Bohol are just rock. Most of the beaches in the island of Leyte, and I've never been there, but I have a friend that lives there, are now void of sand altogether. Because after Yolanda, there was no way to get sand to the island to rebuild. So every inhabitant of the island of Leyte went to the beach with buckets and trucks, whatever, carts, and they took the beach sand off of the beaches and used it to rebuild. So Bohol, they did the same thing in some places, and in other places like not necessarily Anda proper, but west of Anda proper, the beach is just rock. There's no sand. And then there's another beach that's just coral, boulders, like where they're anywhere from a few inches to a few feet. And they call that a beach. So Michael Dowdy, he lives on a beach. Okay, thanks, Michael. Yeah, well, the sand that's not white would be white, but from the environmental affluents that are in the sand, whatever, not just septic water, but just road dust and debris makes the sand brown. Otherwise, all the beaches in the Philippines would be white. Like my beach is white sand because the ocean comes from the Bohol Sea, from west to east. So 90% of the time, the ocean is flowing fresh water past the back of my house, my shack. But if you go down like 4 miles, I'm not going to name the hotel that's down there, but if you go down 4 miles from here, there was a beautiful white sand beach there 7, 8, 9 years ago when they first built the complex. Now, not so white anymore, because Panglao went from 60,000 residents during the peak tourist season in 2014 2013. 60,000 people were here during the tourist peak season. Now there's 250,000 people, close to 250,000 people reside here in hotel rooms, houses that have been built in apartments. So what was white sand beach down that way 4 miles, now the affluence from the houses, road washing the tarmac off the road, and just debris in general. The beach is now, we'll call it light brown, not brown yet, but go up the road 10 miles up the road near the city of Tagbilaran, and you just have brown sand that was white 30 years ago. So thanks for sending that video to me. I won't share it with anybody, but thank you for that, and I'm glad that we got to say hello to each other. And I saw your offer, thank you, but I don't need anything. So when you go, have a nice time. So now let's talk about Big Kevin. Big Kevin. Let's just start off with Big Kevin channel. If there are certain things that you do in life, alcohol, for instance, for each shot of alcohol, I forgot how many brain cells it kills. Each shot of alcohol. So I think it was 3,000 brain cells for each shot of alcohol consumed. And that's an alcohol either in beer, whatever sub counts as a shot, or could be an ounce of hard liquor. But for each ounce of alcohol, you lose 3,000 brain cells. It kills them. You have billions. You don't really have to worry about that. John Blaze. My God, John Blaze. When I think of John Blaze, I think of Italian bread. When I think of John Blaze, I think of prime ribs. I think of beef on the hoof, getting ready to be put into the freezer. When I think of John Blaze, I think of 5-star foods. When I think of John Blaze, I think a man's man with a man's occupation and an intelligent man all around. John Blaze is in the house. Thanks for stopping by, John Blaze. I haven't seen you in quite a while. And the last video that you put up, you are one sarcastic dude, John Blaze. If I didn't know better, I would say you're a borderline narcissist. That would be, if I didn't know you better, knowing that you have pretty much a sense of humor, and you have, and it's kind of like borderline arrogance and borderline sense of humor and borderline narcissistic personality disorder, NPD type 3, but not quite. But you're getting there. It's not there yet, but you have potential. you could be you could be a contender for psychopathic borderline NP3D personality disorder. You have the potential. There's no doubt about that. John Blaze, 5 stars all the way. I think about $5,000 wooden stoves with water heaters in them. I think about $65,000 Bobcats. I think of $70,000 side-out camper vans. I think John Blaze is probably, I think he's rich, to be honest with you. I think that John Blaze is not a welfare baby, because you're certainly not a welfare. You earn your money. What do they call that? A psychological baby? The ones where you, trust fund. I think John Blaze is a trust fund baby. Because he's got too much stuff going for him. He's got property deep in southern Alabama. He's got large swaths of land. I think he's a trust fund baby because I thought about this. For a thumbs up, John Blaze says thumbs up. Yeah, let's try to get some thumbs up. Do I have any of those? I only got 3 thumbs up. Come on, I got to make 4. Come on, thumbs up, baby. I think of John Blaze as a trust fund baby because you got to look at John Blaze, right? Look at him. He makes Big Kevin, look like a pauper. He makes Barry Jordan look like a pauper. Even though Big Kevin and Barry Jordan have collected $10,000 each in the last 2 years. John Blaze spent $10,000 on a chicken coop. That's got to be trust fund money. It's got to be. Somebody in his family is pumping those dollars into his bank account. Got to be like that. Got to be. Nobody comes up with 10 grand for a chicken coop. I saw the chicken coop. He put the video public. $10,000 for a chicken coop. Do you realize what you can buy for $10,000? You can buy a trailer in Alabama with running water and a sink and hot and cold and a shower stall, and you can buy a livable unit, like a 38, 40-foot single wide. John Blaze has got his somebody in his family saying, "Don't worry, Johnny boy, we'll send you some money. Don't worry, Johnny boy, you buy whatever you want. You want to get married to a Filipina, you need $10,000 to buy some property in the Philippines. Don't just tell us what they just put down the numbers on your Christmas card and give us the bank account number. We'll put that money in your bank account for you." Because there's no way John could make that much money flying a Chinook helicopter. There's just no way. Money don't grow on helicopter trees. I mean, there's no way John could make that much money. He's a trust fund. He's a trust fund man. But he doesn't flaunt it. I mean, when he tells you that he just bought a $65,000 Bobcat, well, he don't flaunt that. And when he says that his truck is worth $50,000, he don't flaunt that either. When he tells you that he got a $200,000 agricultural machine, farm tractor, he shows it to you, but he doesn't walk over there and put a price tag on it, like a Christmas tag to John Blaze, from John Blaze, and then the price tag accidentally gets shown, like you show the price tag on the side of a new car. I did that with my Cobra, but I didn't make it public. I took a video. John Blaze doesn't flaunt his mother and father or uncle or cousin's trust fund money. He don't flaunt it like Kevin would or Barry would if they could, but they can't, so they don't. John Blaze is a very laid-back trust fund type of baby man. He's a baby man. Yeah, because nobody could make that much money. You know how much money John Blaze spent this year? I keep track. John Blaze spent last year, he bought a $55,000 truck. He bought a $65,000 Bobcat. So that's 50 and 60 is $120,000. 55 and 65 is $120,000. Then he bought that $60,000 trailer. That's $180,000. Then he bought the property next door for another $100,000. That's $200,000. Let's just round it off to $200,000. Okay. Then he bought property in the Philippines, and then he paid for all his property taxes, $103,000 for his property taxes. John Blaze, I keep a mental note of your trust fund baby donations, and you are. I want to get adopted by whoever adopted you because you're the man. Mike Dowdy, I took a loan from. John Blaze is making a funny. Very rich indeed. I took a loan from the hate master, says John Blaze. That's one of the things that you're going to have to stop this year. You're going to have, look, John, I give people advice all the time. You should take my advice. My advice is to stop harassing people on the internet. And you have taken over where the Fazio has left off. You are harassing the great Barry Jordan. You go on and harass Frank. You have to understand that the only thing that's ever going to come from your harassment from Barry Jordan, you could have harassed Barry Jordan all you want. Your problem, John Blaze, is that you don't understand that what it is a subliminal consciousness within your shallow soul. That you, John Blaze, are jealous of Barry Jordan's lifestyle. You are jealous of Barry Jordan's beautiful wife-to-be. You are jealous of Barry Jordan being able to live in the Philippines with internet and the ability to not have to pay electric, not have to pay for food, not have to pay for water, not have to pay for the internet. You are a jealous man, John Blaze. You are jealous of Barry Jordan, and you know it, and I know it, and I am now making everybody else aware that you are a petty little blogger, John Blaze, jealous of the great and powerful Barry Jordan. And also, if you really think about it, you are jealous of more than that. You are jealous of being, you are now spewing hate on the internet. And my, whoa, what's going, I see, whoa, Lewis, I see Lewis Pagan Punch, Merry Christmas, Super Chat. John Blaze is a joke. My God, we have freaking colors. I see colors in the screen from a jealous blogger I seen. As soon as I mentioned Barry Jordan, the money flowed, but the money will go towards pork and Napa cabbage. No alcohol for Fazio. Thank you, Louis Pagan Ponce. Deep down, Louis says, we are all jealous of Barry Jizz Jordan. I was going to say Barry Jizz, but Barry Jordan. Barry Jordan is the man. You can be like him if you can. I want to be like Barry Jordan when I grow up. I want free rent. I want to be in your head 24/7. I want you to be jealous of me in my shack, Barry Jordan. And then we have another blue from Lewis to make you even more jealous from Louis Pagan Ponce. We will have to share some of this God-given gifts with LaRue Seagrass next time I see you on YouTube. So I try to share a little bit with LaRue. So some of this 250 50 peso super chats to LaRue is a standard when I go to her page. Thank you very much, John Blaze. Hail to the Rooch King from John Blaze. Hail to Barry Jordan. He is squashing roaches in his cell. We need to get him a pair of Italian cockroach crushers so he can get them in the corners. Remember those old Italian shoes shaped like a point on like Barry's head? They were called cockroach killers. And Barry Jordan needs at least one pair. Hail to the Roach King! Hail to the Roach King! John Blaze comes in with a Hail Mary to the Roach King. And then John Blaze, he makes me drink water. I have some water here, but not enough. I have to get some more water. I will do that right now. For 50 US dollars, I drink 1 liter of water. 1 liter of water coming up from John Blaze in the Philippines. Oh yeah, baby. Thank you very nicely. Thank you very nicely. Thank you very nicely. John Blaze and Louis Pagan Pants. We will get a liter of water. What happened to the... Oh, John Blaze comes in. Louis with a 10 spot. A 10 ski. Louis with a 5 ski. Barry, just mention Barry Jordan's name, and money appears. He's like a money tree in detention in the Philippines, baby. I think you work for the IRS. You need to be my CPA. I would make... Actually, I have to go back in a few weeks and pay my February 14th. Look, Mike Dowdy, I know a guy who ran whoop, what happened here? I knew a guy who ran a right-of-way saw on a helicopter. He made $135 an hour, so I can imagine what the pilot was paid. John Blaze, Mike Dowdy is the helicopter pilot of a Chinook helicopter, which is a dual rotor helicopter. So I would imagine, and he also he sits in the left seat. He's the real pilot, and he has the certificates to put out forest fires, and he collects water with three different types of water collecting apparatus. One is a scoop that they drop down on a cable, 2 different types. And one is a unit that drops down with a hydraulic pump on it, and the pump fills up water into the helicopter. I'm not sure how many thousands of gallons or pounds, but he is an actual fire rescue helicopter pilot with the tags that go along with that. And he is deployed anywhere in the world, including Canada, Argentina, Mexico. Snorkel bucket, 2,400 gallons, which is 8 pounds per gallon. That's 16,000 pounds of water each trip. A little bit more than that, actually. About 19,000 pounds of water. So it's a snorkel bucket. It's a unit that drops down out of the helicopter like this, and at the bottom of the unit is a pump, and the pump pumps the water up into the helicopter. So John Blaze is an actual pilot. Now, how much money John Blaze makes, I don't know, and I don't want to know, and I don't care. Because John Blaze earned that money by getting the tags. You don't just become a helicopter pilot. Helicopter pilot is like to get your private pilot's license in 1990 when I was flying was about $7,000 to $10,000 US to get a pilot's license for a Cherokee Warrior 2 or a Cessna single engine with flight instrument rated, about $10,000 US. So I said to the pilot, I said, when I'm done with getting my private license, I want to get my helicopter license. And he says, oh yeah? So that was closer to $55,000 or $60,000 to get a helicopter pilot's license. So it's way harder, way more expensive. So John got his training in the military. But to get those tags to be for firefighting, you have to go and take a test. You have to take a test for all the support equipment, like that hydraulic pump. So John actually takes the pump apart and or supervises the removal, replacement, and rebuilding of the pump. He's not just the pilot. He has the education licenses that go along with everything that keeps the helicopter flying. And that's because they send them to remote areas in the world. So thank you, Michael, for the intelligent inquiry. But John Blaze is in fact sitting in the left seat, does in fact run a dual rotor Chinook helicopter with a value of, the helicopter was not bought new, but a Chinook has a value of about $30 million. So John Blaze runs an aircraft that, when new, cost $30 million. So he's not a slouch. He's earned that money the old-fashioned way. But the trust fund does help at the end of the day. That's just icing on the cake. Right, John? Barry Jordan. We're not done with Kevin Media. Big Cabin Media, we have 4 pages of notes. We're going to tell everybody that watching Big Kevin's show is like drinking alcohol. For each shot of alcohol, you lose 3,000 brain cells. Big Cabin makes that look like chump change. I'm gonna go get a liter of water. I'm gonna bang down 1 liter of water. That's what those red super chats do to me. They make me thirsty for liters of water. I am now going for 1 liter of water. I have it in my hand. I have it in my hand. I have water in my hand. I have the water in my hand. Unlike Big Kevin, the money I collect, I earned it the old-fashioned way. Unlike Big Kevin, who runs a drama channel, belittling and berating other people for his super chat. When he has nothing to talk about, he talks about other bloggers because he's likened unto a very big mouse, which sounds like cat, but starts with R because that's what he is. He's a rat. us that collect super chat jizz. Big cabin. John Blaze is like Batman, sees a wrong and needs to right it, says Mike Dowdy. Mike Dowdy. Frank's Lonely Horse. What is so great about Barry Jordan, the bummer? Hey, Frank's Lonely Horse. Did you see what's so great about Barry? Barry Jordan is one of the greatest bloggers in YouTube history. He collected 10,000 US dollars in Super Chat in the last 2 years. Didn't use a penny of that money for the intended purpose, and people are still pounding money into Barry Jordan's coffers. You don't think that's a great achievement? I think that's a feat worth mentioning. So let's turn this camera around. Let's turn this camera around. This is 1 liter of water. 1 liter. We're going to drink this liter of water right now without spilling a drop in honor of a $50 Super Chat. 1 liter. Yep, that's it. I'm thirsty, baby. Those $50 Super Chats make me thirsty. Ready? 1 liter. Where does it say liter? 1 liter, right above my finger. One liter. See that? 1 liter. A little bit of lemon, and here we go. For $50, I drink liters of water. Salamat. Wow. All right, John. Thank you. That tasted good. 1 liter, baby. You too can make me drink a liter of water for only 50 US dollars. Talk about giving people something for their money. Frankie the Rat. I was on your channel just 2 days ago, Frankie the Rat. You are the reason, you are the actual reason for me to put the name Big Kevin in the title. Because you have one video on your page. One video on your page. And it's an interview that Don C. did with Big Kevin. That I remember. That's why I remember your name. And I don't normally watch Big Kevin videos. I don't. I don't watch much YouTube drama anymore. I just got away from it. There's other stuff to do in life in general. For instance, to do nothing sometimes is better than to watch Big Kevin, because like I said, Big Kevin's channel is completely worthless. There's nothing of any value on Big Kevin's channel, in my opinion. Not a darn thing. So Frankie the Rat, I'm going to turn this camera around right now. We're going to go to see if I'm right about remembering your name. And you're the reason I watched Big Kevin this week. You are the actual reason. Farmer Goose. Farmer Goose, I'm going to send you 25 bucks. Well, you could send it on Super Chat, or you can send, I could fill this bottle up for $25. I could drink half a liter, another half a liter. 50 bucks gets you a liter. And I'll fill this right up to the tippy top. So I'm going to go over to Frankie the Rat channel right now. Frankie the Rat. Where is he? What happened to his... did he take his comment down? Louis Pagan Ponce, I'll get to you in a minute. Frank... Oh, no, okay. What happened to his comment? Frankie the Rat. Yeah, the next time I see you, if you took that comment down, Frank's Lonely Horse. Where is his comment? It was two comment. There it is right there. Okay, so channel, let's go to your channel. Let's turn that around. I think you had one video only on your channel. And it was a Big Kevin live stream. Don C. was in the video talking about how insignificant Fazio is compared to Barry Jordan or somebody else. And Big Kevin was making fun of people. So now I just went to your channel, Frank. No, that's Frank's Lonely Horse. And you have no videos. That's not where I wanted to be. Okay, Frankie the Rat. So Frankie the Rat, that's Frank's Lonely Horse. That's a different one. Okay. He took that comment down, did he? I see he took that comment down, Frankie the Rat. You were being really sarcastic to me the other day. So the next time I see you anywhere on the internet, I'll fix that. Frankie the Rat. See how that? See the Frankie the Rat. Did he really take that comment off of there? He did. Frankie the Rat. You won't be long for my channel ever again. So, Louis Pagan Ponce. Okay, so John had explained that his helicopter has one method is to collect water. Frankie the Rat is not only a low-class blogger that likes to go around smirking, besmirching other people on other people, but he takes his comments down. Frankie the Rat. That's why he calls himself Frankie the Rat. So let's go, John Blaze. Snorkel bucket, 2,400 gallons, 8 times 24. 8 times 4 is 32. 8 times 2 is 16. 32 and 16 is 19,200 pounds of water that snorkel bucket picks up. If mixed with retardant, the weight is 15 pounds a gallon. While that retardant is heavy, okay? 80,000 to get a private in rotors, 80,000 US dollars to get a private helicopter pilot's license, rotors being plural. It was 50,000, 55 or 60,000 in 1990, which I didn't have the money, nor did I. It's hard. It's much harder. And the cost of the helicopter is like 5 times the cost. So, LaRue Seagrass, you are blessed, my friend, with friends like John Blaze, Louis Pagan Ponce. Shout out to both of you from LaRue Seagrass. Thank you, LaRue. We'll get some of that money over on your channel the next time I see you, LaRue. I have not been on YouTube Christmas week to stop by and say hello, but I didn't forget about my little Filipina friend. I don't know why this won't focus. Hold on a minute. I'm going to clean the lens. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so another 30,000 to get commercial rating, and 10,000 more for instrument rated. I remember when I did my instrument rated, you people, I know you don't, none of you believe the stories I tell you, so you know the simplest things that for you would be not only life-threatening, but would be deadly for 99% of the people out there watching this program right now. Do you have any idea what it's like to fly a plane? Not many of you do. The ones that do will understand what I'm saying. So the first time you go up, well, I had many hours in experimental aircraft before I flew the Cherokee Warrior. But the when you go up, the pilot is preparing you to fly. I mean, he might put your instrument rated visor, your instrument helmet on you, maybe after just 4 or 5 hours of flight time. So you think it's easy to do what John is saying costs $30,000 US, your instrument rated. So here's how you do that. I'll just give you a 1-minute synopsis of that. You're flying a plane, right? And you think you're not allowed to fly through clouds. You're not allowed. And there's a reason for that. You lose your sense of equilibrium flying through a cloud. You lose it. In other words, a plane has a set of gyroscopes, or a gyroscope, and you're flying straight and level, what they call straight and level. Horizontal, parallel to the flat Earth. And the Earth is flat. So you're flying, and if you fly into a cloud, number one, you cannot see anything. You're whited out, like being in a snowstorm. But that's not the problem with flying into a cloud. The problem with flying into a cloud is you lose your sense of relativity to the angle of the aircraft or the angle of attack that the aircraft is flying in. In other words, you flew into that cloud straight and level. The gyroscope has an artificial horizon, and you're on the ball, which keeps the airplane at a certain attitude, A-T-T-A-I-tude, attitude. So your aircraft is at flight level attitude, no roll, no pitch, and you fly into the cloud. And all of a sudden, you're in the cloud and you're whited out. And you don't know whether the airplane is up or down or sideways or pitching or rolling. But your flight indicator says flight level. But you think you're not flight level. And you try to adjust it. You will do that. And unless you have very strong willpower, you're going to try to outsmart your attitude indicator. And it's already telling you that your flight level, your instruments say flight level at 1,800 feet. But because you're in the cloud, you lose your sense of bearings. So in order to practice instrument rated, which is when you're in the rain or snow or fog, they put a visor on you, and you can't see anything. And you have to just look at your controls. So now the controls, your attitude, pitch, yaw, roll, that's all, they all have indicators. It's all indicated on the firewall, on the dashboard. And so now you can't see anything. You're from your nose up, it's just white. And that's how you practice for your instrument rated. But when the pilot put the instrument rated visor on me, I had already been an A&P jet mechanic. I know those instruments are right. And they're certainly not going to, because you fly into a cloud, they're not going to change. The only way that you can fly through a cloud, you can lose your license flying through a cloud. And radar will know that. So you have to ask permission. The pilot, the instructor has to ask permission to fly through a cloud. It's a big process. You go into a cloud. You could be in a world of doo-doo. So that's just one thing. And you will, if you aren't trained, aren't mentally ready to fly into a cloud, you're going to crash that plane. You will do it. I mean, of course, you're going to see the ground before you hit it if there's no cloud down there. But the idea of instrument rating is that you could be in a whiteout or rain or fog. You still have to land that airplane somewhere. That's why it costs an extra $10,000. Let's go on here. Let's try to catch up with a few comments. Louis Pagan Pounce. Mike, the nerve. Wait, let's Mike. Here we go. Louis Pagan Pounce said, Mike, the nerve. You just don't become the greatest waffle. Yeah, the waffle has ever seen. I like to see you flip waffles with bat claws attached to your wings. Come on, dude, flying a helicopter or plane. Child's play. Louis, another pot banging is in order for that major donation to Fazio. Super chat, baby. Louis Pagan Punch knows how hard it is to flip them waffles. Barry is a professional waffle flipper. I don't believe anybody's better. The one thing that Barry does, he flips those waffles from above. He's a waffle flipper. Coming home from those discotheque binges, somebody's gotta flip those waffles. How many waffles would you like, Sir Fazio? Barry, fill that plate up to go. Barry the waffle flipper, at 5 a.m. he's the king of waffles. I need waffles with extra syrup. Louis Pagan Punch knows how important this is. We need waffle flippers in this flat world. And the earth is flat, my friends. Flatter than a pancake, no pun intended. There is no arc on no ball. The earth is as flat as glass on a scale that would make you laugh. You have never found proof that the earth is not flat. Even the Navy proved all of that. This is true. This is true, I say. The U.S. Navy proved it one day. They took a laser, high-powered laser, on a ship at 20 feet of elevation. They shot that laser 93 miles. 93 miles away, that laser hit another ship. At that point, we know that the Earth is flat. Had it not been flat, if there was a curve at 93 miles, the ship would have been on the other side of the horizon, several miles away. But the Navy proved it that day. The Earth is as flat as a pancake, I say. Happy New Year, Drug Sith Wills. Happy New Year. The Earth is flat, my friend. Let's go. Let's talk about. Let's talk. Louis, thank you. Louis, thank you very much. Now, can you say hi to my Uncle Power Guido? Well, let's turn this around. We could say hi to Guido. Hey, Guido. Hello, Uncle Power Guido. I like that name. Just giving John. He's a very giving person. He really is. Thank you, Louis. LaRue Seagrass is clapping. The generous, kind-hearted friends of my host, Michael Fazio. Salamat. Frank's Lonely Horse. People are idiots if they are giving Bummer any money. So let's talk about that, Frank's Lonely Horse. Yes, Frank's Lonely Horse not only has a point, but his point does not... Hey, Jack, my friend, he's back. I must have left. Jack Thompson, thank you for stopping by, Jack. Well, Jack just left a message on Facebook. Jack Thompson's been out of commission for the last 2 months. I just saw a notice. I hate Jack Thompson. I guess that's him. I hope that's him. Otherwise, we have to send flowers because Jack's been out of commission for the last 2 months. So let's go back over to the comments. Frank's Lonely Horse says, "Hey, Honey Badger is in the house. People are idiots if they give Bummer any money." So that's true. Now, I wanted to see Barry. I wanted to see Barry rise above it all. I've tried. You have no idea how much I've helped Barry, and he doesn't either. But Barry is not smart enough to understand that the reason he doesn't get money, Frank's Lonely Horse, this is your response. He's not smart enough to understand that the reason he doesn't get money anymore is because he never used the money that he got for the intended purpose. And neither does Big Kevin. And we're going to talk about Big Kevin shortly, because he's another one that's collected about $10,000 and squandered it away on things that have no value at all. All right? So Frank's Lonely Horse, that's a valid comment. LaRue says, ha ha ha, for the super chat, 1 liter of drinking water. That's right, baby. John Blaze, I have to go. Guys, fun. We'll catch you later on the replay. Frank's Lonely Horse, later, Blaze. Happy New Year's. Mike Dowdy, take care, John. LaRue, God bless John Blaze TV. Thanks, John, for the thumbs up. Honey Badger is in the house. If you're flying through the desert and your boat gets flat, what color is the sky? Orange. It's orange. The sky is always orange in the desert with a flat tire and a flat boat. Never changes. Green grass. Greetings from Australia. I saw ostriches up close and personal, many, about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So let's talk about why Barry. Barry's in Barry. Okay, Barry had better and more donors than any other blogger. I mean, emus are from Oz. Emus. Emus are the smaller emu. I would have to look that up. Let me take a look. Let's see what an emu is. From my let's look that up because I like to be accurate. So let's go here. I have to get my keyboard took a crap also this week. Not only did the computer take a crap, but my keyboard also took a crap. All right, so let's go here. Let's get a keyboard up here. Come on. Come on. There we go. What is an emu? What? W-H. What is a emu? Enter. What was that name that you said? Well, my computer's running all kinds of slow. Ah, an emu. Yeah. Okay. So emus, it took a while for that picture to show up. Google's not responding. Let's wait for it to respond. Come on. So an emu, it's a bird. I think they're a little bit different than an ostrich, though. I'm waiting for the computer screen to go back. Emus are from Oz. Okay, so anyway, the computer is... I might have to restart the computer. I guess I'll just do that. Ah, there it is, right there. Okay, there it is. Okay, took all that time. That's an emu. Wow, that looks a little bit like Barry Jordan, talking about Barry Jordan. Wow. That actually looks like Barry Jordan, doesn't it? Look at that. See the eyes? Wow. I think emus are a little bit smaller than ostriches. Let's read this. Emus are soft-feathered brown flightless birds with long necks and legs. They can reach up to 6'3" or 1.9 meters in height. Emus can travel great distances. Now if I put down ostrich, let's look that up. I think they're in the same family, but they're different. They're in the same family. They're flightless birds. Okay, so ostriches are bigger than emus. I was right about that. They are the heaviest and largest living birds, with adult common ostriches weighing anywhere from 65 to 145 kilograms. So, and the ostrich legs bend forward, and the emu legs, I'm not sure which way they bend. All right, so let's take a look at that. 70 miles an hour. So the ostrich and the emu are different. Scott Del Fuego, hey, thanks for stopping by. Scott, I just saw a message from I Hate Jack. You know what? I can look. From I Hate Jack Thompson. And I left a message on Jack's page this morning saying that that Scott, I blamed you. Scott said you might be dead, so let me know so I can remove you from my Facebook page if you died. I mean, what can I say? I mean, he's my friend and all of that, but if he's dead, I've been calling him every day for the last 2 months. That, it takes a lot of my time to call him every day and leave a message, or even listen to the phone ring. So it's I saw a message. I could probably look this up. Hold on a minute. I could look it up like this. I think I could. Let's turn this around. How do I get? I can't. I don't know how to do it. All right. Well, Philippines blogging. Michael Fazio is continuing the tradition of outstanding blogging. I just drank a liter of water for $50, Scott. And if you have an extra 50 laying around, doing nothing, this bottle can be yours for $50. Just letting you know. I'm baiting the game. Baiting the game. So, hey Scott, thanks for stopping by. So, so I just saw a message, and I hate Jack Thompson. So we're gonna talk about Barry Jordan. Barry Jordan, and then we're gonna talk about Big Kevin. So Barry Jordan, I will tell you this about Barry. He is entertaining. There's no doubt about that. I mean, the man has to have by far, the lowest IQ of any Philippines blogger that's ever lived. I'm not being sarcastic. I mean, this is truthful. He had people sending him hundreds and thousands of dollars each year up until recently. So there was a fella, CW, that would pound them down with like a $100, $200, $500 super chat to get his lawyer's fees paid for, or his motorcycle paid for, or his immigration fees paid for, something. He was a very big donator, CW. And he had, of course, PA Trucker, who had, at best guess, and I keep a mental notation of this, best guess, CW sent him, over the last few years, $2,000 would be a low estimate. Pennsylvania Trucker sent him more than $2,500 to $3,000 over the years. Okay, so and what did he spend his money on? The only thing that we can give Barry is that he spent the money foolishly. Some of it, none of it did he spend on the intended purpose, unless the intended purpose was alcohol, cigarettes, and, well, he said he bought a motorcycle, but I don't believe it. I believe there is a motorcycle, there was a motorcycle, but I don't believe it was ever his motorcycle, because this is the way it works. In order to own a motorcycle, you have to have a driver's license. In order to get a driver's license, you have to show them your passport. And if you show them your passport, it has to be current. Here is my driver's license. I didn't get the paper, I didn't get the plastic copy yet. But in order to get a driver's license, and here's mine, so I know what I'm talking about. First of all, you have to give them 1,000 pesos. So here, I don't want to post this up with all my information. And not that it matters. I don't think I have my. No. And the expiration date is right there. Expires 33, 10 years from now. So my driver's license I just got on, I got it on my birthday in September. So I know what the rules are. So Barry claims he owns a motor vehicle, but he can't because he can't put it under his name. But he said it was under his name. That's the problem with Barry Jordan. He lies about everything. He's very much, it's more than habitual liar. It's more than a compulsive liar. There's something further than that. Scott would know the answer. Oh, and there it is, right there on the board. He lives in the moment with total impulsivity. Impulsivity. Right. He's more than just a normal fraud. He's a special kind of fraud, Barry is. So he can't never. He said that the motorcycle was registered under his name, but it's not possible. You have to have a passport. The passport has to be current. You need to have your ACR card. The ACR card has to be current. And he didn't have a passport until just a few weeks ago, and that means he could never register it, which means he never had a driver's license, which means he was driving without a driver's license for all the years that he drove the motorcycle, whatever, rented or the one that is under his girlfriend's brother's name or somebody, but not him. So he lies about everything. And this is, my point is, it's why no one's giving him money anymore, because he's been caught lying. So he had the best donors on the internet. Remember CW, when Barry needed money for a lawyer sometime last year in 2023. CW gave to the Barry Jordan scandal $300 3 times in one night. So he gave him $900 in just one day. But the year before, I remember, he gave him $500 and $500 for something else. So in there is $2,000 US. So, but Barry didn't use the money to hire a lawyer. Never did Barry show you him giving money to a lawyer. He showed you a receipt for 36,000 pesos for a lawyer. But he never showed you him handing that money to the lawyer. And he showed you a receipt for 36,000 pesos for a lawyer that had a service fee of what he said 80,000 pesos. So he never even paid half of his lawyer's request. Now, maybe he did and I didn't see it. But either way, when it came time, the lawyer that Barry had the 36,000 pesos for, going back into 2022, the end of 2022, the beginning of 2023, that money was for a cyber libel lawyer, not Bureau of Immigration. And right now, according to his adversary, he does not have a lawyer representing him in the cyber libel case. So where did that money go? Did he ever pay the cyber libel lawyer in full? Did he give the cyber libel lawyer a 36,000 peso deposit and then not pay the rest of it? Or did he just get a receipt and pretend that he gave the cyber libel lawyer 36,000 pesos? Well, there's no way of knowing. But there is a way of knowing. The way of knowing is to listen to Barry Jordan. Barry Jordan claimed for the entire time that he had his passport in his possession, but he did not. He had given it to somebody for safekeeping. So that's a lie. But he claimed he did, but then he lied. But that's not the point. The point is that he also claimed that his immigration fees were paid up to date, or all he had to do was go to Manila to get his immigration fees paid. And he was asking for monies, donations to do that. And he got over $1,000 US to go to Manila to pay his fees or get the process rolling. But he never did that either. And he couldn't go to Manila to pay his fees because he didn't have his passport. And my recollection is that in order to get his passport back, he had to somehow, there was something else involved. I think it was money, but there was something else involved to get his passport back from safekeeping. They were charging him rent or something like that. So he never had a passport to go to Manila to get his Bureau of Immigration fees fixed because he didn't have the money to go to get the passport. Then when somebody got the passport for him, they, of course, earned the money to go to get the passport. Because that takes time. And time to get the passport turned out to be several days. So some of the money that Barry collected had to go to the courier. And rightfully so. The courier has time involved. The courier had to bring an interpreter with the courier. The courier, so that to make things smooth in the Philippines, it's best to have somebody that speaks the language. So Barry had to pay large sums of money for a third-party courier to bring an interpreter with the courier to get Barry's passport. That was a very expensive process. So that money that he collected for his passport went to get his passport, but wasn't used to get his passport exclusively because he had to hire a third party and pay a third party service fees, which is just good business. But he never said that. So this is where the money was collected for him to go get the passport, or his girlfriend to go get the passport, but she didn't go either. So Barry, Frankie the Rat, said that nobody trusts him. That's true. They don't trust him because everything he said was false. He collected, I'm going to tell you what he collected. He collected, at least in the year 2023 and 2022, for the motorcycle, that's 120,000 pesos. Three $300 super chats from CW. That's another 1,000. That's 3,000. Two $500 super chats from CW. That's 4,000. Those are just 6 donations, total $4,000. And then he collected from other people $50, $100, $200. PA Trucker gave him at least 1,000 in the last 2 years, or 2 years ago. That's 5,000. So he's halfway to 10,000 that's in the title. And that's without all the little donations. None of it went to where it was supposed to go. Therefore, now there's some sort of a B-roll, B as in Bravo, a secondary fund for Barry Jordan. And Somebody said last night, somewhere, there was a comment somewhere that the B-roll super chat, the B-roll collection for the Barry Jordan Fund is up to $6,000. That's a lie. There's no way he collected $6,000. No way. Not possible. So then we have other people saying that they're going to give Barry money, $1,500 for his plane ticket, but that's not collected money. And then in order for him to clear up his BI charges, he needs $6,000. So Barry needed $10,000, collected $10,000 total, and washed it away on worthless items. Just like Big Kevin. But Big Kevin is even worse than Barry Jordan. Oh, God. Big Kevin is way worse than Barry Jordan. Big Kevin makes Barry Jordan look like an amateur when it comes to begging and wasting and defrauding people for money. Big Kevin makes people look like amateurs. Barry Jordan is amateur hour in begging. Big Kevin, he collected $10,000 to go see his children and to pay his Bureau of Immigration fees, and so that he could come back into the country. And he's going to go see his children. You know that for 5 years, I've been asking Big Kevin, when's he coming back to the Philippines? Every response was the same until 2 weeks ago. Next year, around this time, I'll be back in the Philippines. Big Kevin said that. Next year, around this time, every person, I'm going to go to the Philippines. But he was telling people he was going to the Philippines to see his children when he knew his children were moving to Australia 2 years ago. He's the biggest fraud collecting agency on YouTube. There's nobody better than Big Kevin. Not only that, but Big Kevin, it never had the ability to come back to the Philippines the whole time he was collecting money to come back to the Philippines. So that in and of itself is defrauding, defacing his customers for Super Chat and monies. If you can't come back here, what are you collecting money to come back here for? Well, the answer to that was a friend of his was going to pay his Bureau of Immigration fees. Big E I saw that Big E agreed to pay Kevin's immigration fees. And that was very nice of him to do that. But when asked, when are you coming back to the Philippines, in his last live stream, or the one before that, Big Kevin said, well, you know, I just went on vacation to Tampa, Florida for a month. Well, he didn't answer the question. He just didn't answer the question at all. So when asked when he's coming back to the Philippines, well, I just spent a month in Tampa. Where did you get the money from to go to Tampa on vacation, Big Kevin? You got it from the Super Chat money that people have been giving you to go to the Philippines. So when push come to shove, Kevin, when are you coming back to the Philippines? 2 years ago, he needed to have, remember, he needed, a year and a half ago, remember he hurt his knee. He had to use some of that money to fix for the operation, to have surgery. And of course he has living expenses. So that money, a year and a half of business expenses to live in his aunt's house, that money's gone. Then asked, push comes to shove, when is Big Kevin coming back to the Philippines? Were your immigration fees paid? Big Kevin said, well, I'm not going to come directly back to the Philippines. Well, wait a minute. Your children live in Australia. Are you going to Australia? No. Where are you going? I'm going to go to Vietnam first. Big Kevin said that. So what are you going to Vietnam for? Ha! You got to ask Big Kevin 25 questions to get to some semblance of truth. He's another fraud on the internet. Big Kevin said, I'm going to Vietnam first because I don't know if my immigration fees were paid. That doesn't make any sense at all. If Big E stated that he was willing to pay for the lawyer and the immigration fees, why doesn't Big Kevin know if that happened? There would be paperwork. So Big Kevin is another one telling stories on YouTube and not backing up a word of them. Big Kevin would be the person that would know if his immigration fees were paid because they're his immigration fees. He would get a letter from the Bureau of Immigration allowing him to come back into the Philippines. But he didn't get that. Or he doesn't know if he got it. He doesn't know if Big E gave the money. I think Big E word is gold. I think Big E's word would be gold. If Big E said, I'm going to pay those fees, I think he did. But now Kevin's not sure if Big E paid the fees. So there's something nefarious going on now. For sure. I lost my computer screen. Hold on. I got to shut off my computer and restart it. Okay, I'm restarting the computer. Let's see some thumbs up. And Scott the Fuego with the psychological explanation of what Barry is. Scott the Fuego says, impulsivity is the lack of executive function. That would be primary function of the human mind. Executive function is the glue that holds the underclass together. Impulsivity. Directing yourself right into problems, then blaming everything else for those problems. Impulsivity. So my computer is restarting. Let's see some thumbs up, folks. Press it once if you admire and enjoy the content. 3 times if you don't. So, well, Scott just defrauded my subscriber. Once would be yes, twice would be no, 3 times would be yes again. Nice, breaking out a new red mushroom shirt. Oh, yeah. I got this made. I needed a new shirt. I had a shirt made. This shirt's a few months old. But I wanted that I didn't have Flying Circus sent me his logos with the face with the cigar, but I didn't have that. I don't know where it went. It was in the mail and I couldn't find it, and I just had the mushroom shirt made. Next time, Flying Circus. So let's get back over to here. Chrome didn't shut down properly. Restore. Okay, so we're back to my page. These mushroom shirts, they grow like mushrooms. I have like 12 or 13 of these shirts. Actually, I have a little bit more. I think I have a box of them somewhere. But those were the other shirts, the lip shirts. Whatever. Yeah, I have a box of those too. It cost me, I can't, anyway. So Big Kevin collected about $10,000 US in super chats to go back to see his children in the Philippines, going back 5 years now, but never came back to the Philippines. Then Big Kevin had 10 years of non-payment of Bureau of Immigration fees, 10 years. So I don't know how much that is. I don't know how much it is. I think it was $8,000 in fees and fines. So it's $30 a month. How much is it? It's 3,000 pesos. It's $90. How much is my immigration? It's 3,000 pesos every 2 months. So it's $30 a month. But then there are lots of fines. It could be $8,000 or $9,000. But Big E said that he got the fines reduced for under $5,000 or $6,000, and he was going to take care of the bill. So Big Kevin is telling you one thing. I believe Big E paid the bills, but I don't now. Kevin's not sure. Well, why is he not sure? Why? So there's fraud somewhere. There's lies and nefarious stuff is going on somewhere. So Big Kevin's new plan is to go to Vietnam first. Now, the reason why we brought Big Kevin into the picture today, because Big Kevin has nothing to offer the Philippines vlogging community, but still talks about the Philippines vlogging community. We'll get to that momentarily. You are the most worthless access to information for the Philippines blogging community on, in, and of the Philippines, Big Kevin. You're completely worthless when it comes to giving information for the Philippines blogging community. But let's do this. Big Kevin said he's not coming to the Philippines now. He collected $10,000 in monies to go visit his children over the last 5 years. He's not going to Australia where his children are. He may go to Alaska to visit his family. He may go there. So that money's not going to get him to the Philippines. He's certainly not coming directly back to the Philippines, and here's why. If Big Kevin gets on a plane from Kentucky and comes directly to the Philippines and is somehow, for any reason, turned back, he has to get a ticket to go back to where he came from. That's Bureau of Immigration policy. So his new plan is that he said he's not sure if Big E paid his fines. Well, that would make no sense at all, because I believe Big E paid his fines, but I don't know why Big Kevin is saying that Big E may not have paid his fines. I don't understand it. First of all, he's insulting a man that said that he was willing to give him $6,000 to get him squared away. That's a big insult to Big E. Okay? And I have no love for Big E, but that is completely slapping Big E down in the face. And that's wrong. Big E's given him tons of money in the past and may continue to be giving him money. We don't know. But, so Big E, I believe, paid his fines, but Big Kevin has a new story. I'm not coming directly back to the Philippines. So here's the scam that Big Kevin is running now. He's going to Vietnam first. I don't know for what reason. Big E is in the Philippines. His extended family is in the Philippines. So I don't know why Big Kevin is going to Vietnam, but he's going to go to Vietnam, and the reasoning behind it is, if he goes to Vietnam for a month or whatever he said it was, and then he comes to the Philippines, and if there's a problem with his passport and visa, they will just send him back to Vietnam, which would be like $150 plane fare. But if he comes from Kansas, he has to buy a ticket for over $1,000 Could be much more, because same-day tickets are very expensive. So he scammed everybody again. Scandalized everybody for the super chats that he collected to go see his children. When his children are in Australia, he's not going now. So he scandalized everybody again for super chats. Money that he's never going to go see his children with. Now, that's not why I'm talking about Big Kevin. I'm talking about Big Kevin because Frankie the Rat made a comment somewhere, and I said, let me see who this guy is. And I went to his page about 5 days ago. Frankie the Rat has one video on his page, and it's from 2 months ago. And in that video is an interview with the great Don C. Okay. And in that video, that Kevin's live stream, he was talking about Barry Jordan, and he mentioned Frank. See, when Big Kevin has nothing to talk about, and he has nothing to talk about worthwhile, he has to drum up the drama. And nothing drums up the drama better than Big Kevin talking about the infection on my leg, Big Kevin talking about Barry Jordan now, because there's lots to talk about Barry Jordan. And when he has really nothing to talk about at all, he goes, come on up, Frank. Come on the channel, Frank. I'll put out the link for you. Because Big Kevin can't run a show without degrading, humiliating, and defacing other people's good names, or smearing people in general. That's his thing. His thing is smearing other people. So in a way, Big Kevin is an NP3 type 3 narcissistic personality disorder with all of the psychological ramifications of being the utmost highest level of narcissistic personality disorder. There's no doubt in my mind about that, because he can't do anything else. He's not capable. He's not done anything at all worthwhile in years. When has he ever just walked outside his house and walked around the lake? Never. When has he ever gone and showed you the mall in the capital of Kentucky? Never. Does he own a car? No. Does he drive? I don't think so. Does he have a hobby? No. He has no hobby. His hobby is degrading other people on YouTube. His hobby is absconding money from ignorant donors like that guy that gives him unlimited amounts of money. $100 here, $100 there, $100 there. That guy has to be, I would say that guy's IQ is not much lower than Barry's, but lower than Barry's IQ. The guy who gives Big Kevin $100, here's $100, here's $20, $20, here's $20. And for what does he give Big Kevin the money for? Nothing. Just gives it to him because he's got extra cash. But Big Kevin doesn't spend the money on the things he says he's going to go spend the money on. How many cameras do you need? How many toys do you need on your desk? Where have you ever gone? Where has he ever gone? Nowhere. We went out with Philip Janik to a buffet, and he went out with P.A. Trucker one time. That's it. In 10 years, well, in 5 years that I've been watching him. But his draw is drama. His draw is to humiliate and defame myself, Barry Jordan, and of course Frank, by talking about the things that he knows are going to bother Frank, he drums up drama. And that drums up super chat. So nothing positive does he ever do to collect super chat. His means of collecting super chat is negative. He doesn't sing, all right? He's got some props that he got a lot of trouble for. The horse thing, got a lot of trouble for that. He got strikes on those horse videos, and well, he should have. Defaming another man's wife or girlfriend or whatever in the way that he did that. It's just wrong. Now, most of us have stopped doing that years ago, but not Kevin. He's still doing it. And that's why he has no content, and his only content is to defame other people, besmirch their reputation. Now, Barry, reputation, hard to besmirch that any further, but that's the way it is. But so big, come on up, Frank. Come on up, talk. Come on, because he knows that generates hate, and that's what Big Kevin is. He's the new hater in town. And the fact that when my name came up in the chat on the video in question, that's on Frankie the Rat's channel, an interview with Don C. Even Don C. Big Kevin said, so how's Fazio's hotel coming along? And Don C. said, whoa, Fazio was not even in the equation anymore. And dropped the subject right away. He dropped it, and Big Kevin dropped it, because I'm not involved with all of that garbage that goes on YouTube. I have other stuff to do. Things to do, people to see, things to do, places to go, people to see is the right way to say it. I have been doing other things and enjoying some of the Philippines in different places, different things with different people. As I said in the beginning, I spent a few days with a very nice lady from Germany, and we did a few little oddball things together, enjoyable, just to get out of the house and to meet new people. I did the blog, couple of blogs on the beach, where you rent some cabanas for the day for $10. The excellent way for people in Bohol, or people coming to Bohol, to have a place on the beach for $10. I'll put that video link in my description box later. $10. So a hotel on the beach where I live costs $150 a day to have access to a white sand beach. The blog I did is a place where you can rent a cabana for the day that seats about 18 people with a roof and benches and a table in the middle for $10. So if you guys are in Bohol or coming to Bohol and you want to have a place on a white sand beach, I'll get you the link right now. But it's directly next door to the Bellevue, where you're going to spend $200 a night for a white sand beach. You can rent a spot on the beach for $10 a day for 15 people. And then you can bring your own charcoal and your own food and your own barbecue, or you can use a public barbecue venue that's on the property, all for $10. It's a deal. Such a deal. So let's get that. Alzamark in the Philippines. Alzamark is in the house. Alzamark. Alzamark in the Philippines. Hey, buddy, it's been a long time. Good to see you. Welcome. Let's give him. He hasn't been around in a long time. Let's give him a little toot. There's my tutor. What happened to my tutor? Alzamar is in the house. Alzamar is in the house. Alzamar is back. Alzamar is back. Alzamar is back in the house. Thanks for stopping by there, Alzamar. Salamat. Let me get the name of that video for you people. I'll put this down. I'm going to pin this to the top of the page also. I put out a little video the other day. If you guys are coming to Bohol, this is serious now. See, this is what Big Kevin gives you nothing. Like Barry Jordan never went anywhere. Right on. Barry Jordan never went anywhere. And in the years that Barry was blogging, his main goal, his main attribute was comedy. He's a freaking comedy. Well, he's a comedy type of guy. Barry Jordan is. He will cough into his hand, and you can hear a yellow, blue, and green lungi, L-U-N-G-I, lungi come out of the bowels of his lungs. You can hear it come out. You know what color it is by the sound of the phlegm coming up, and then he spits it on the floor. Right? I mean, now that's pure comedy gold. That's comedy gold. To be able to sit there and cough into your hand a green, blue, and yellow lungi into your hand, and then walk over to the refrigerator and take out the ice tray and remove some ice. Sharing the wealth, I call that. Sharing the wealth. He is an amazing human being, Barry is. That is some of the best YouTube comedy gold ever. We're talking about comedy gold. So this video here, but I'll play it for you. Who else on YouTube has coughed? And then you could hear the phlegm coming up in long strings like mozzarella string cheese. You can hear he gets it. It comes from deep in the bowels of his esophagus. And he puts it on his hand, and then he looks at his hand. And then sometimes he just wipes it onto his leg, and sometimes he rubs it around like that. Sometimes he just goes over to the refrigerator and opens up the door and shares some of that phlegm on the door of the refrigerator. And sometimes he opens up the door to the refrigerator and puts his hand into the ice bucket and takes some ice out and shares a little bit of that YouTube gold phlegm. Come on, that's YouTube comedy, man. That's the kind of stuff that Benny Hill did. That's some strange stuff. Now, let's go. Love Sharks, I like monkeys. Monkeys. Well, thank you for that. Let's watch this video. This is the video of where I did the video. This was beautiful. Now, you got to remember, this is $10 a day. Hold on. Let's get the sound. Wow, we got 14 thumbs up. Where is the sound here? Where is the sound? Here it is. Wow. This is Cabana Rentals in Dragon Head, Panglao. This is Dragon Head Beach. This is the property very next door. Now those cabanas are made out of bamboo, and they each have a table in them, and each side of the table has a table that seats about 8 or 10 people. Plenty of room in there. And these are $10 a day. And there's a big grass lawn. You can play racket, like tennis, ping pong tennis. You could set up a squash I've seen people, they do squash, the game squash with the millets, with the balls, with the wooden balls and the sticks. Polo, little like land polo. You could do any kind of games that you want here, and anybody can bring any amount of music that they want and play your music as loud as you want, and it gets loud. So now these are $10, 500 pesos each, and I think there's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. If there's 8 of these, and then as a moment later, you're going to see some bigger ones on the east side. Now these will fit like 40 people, and you could rent these out. And I'm not sure what the price. I thought they were $20, but I think they're a little bit more for the whole unit. Could be $30 for the day. So, and now this area here, now you can, there's public parking just behind this for cars or vans, or if you have like a motorcycle. There's free public parking for this beach. So you can come here and get free public parking as well. And now we're going to zoom over to the right. The Bellevue Hotel. And the Bellevue Hotel is this building right here. So the Bellevue Hotel is a $150 to $400 a night unit on a white sand beach. And this beach is the same beach as the Bellevue has for only $10 a day. Hotel, which is straight ahead that way. These small cabanas rent out for one day for $10 US for the small ones, and $20 for the bigger size. And you can bring your own charcoal and barbecue, or they have a public barbecue at the end. And this is a beautiful white sand beach. Now this beach is pure white sand. Now you see some flotsam and jetsam. This is the weed line. They don't pick up the weeds on this beach unless it gets out of control. But you still have clear blue water and white sand, and it's very shallow out. Probably 150 to 200 feet plus. You're only in 2 feet of water at high tide. So the children, if you have children, or if you just want to lollygag around in 24 inches of water at high tide, the water gets very hot from the sun, and this is beautiful. And then right out here is the reef. Bring a snorkel and a mask, and right out here, 200 feet away, is the reef. So Kevin doesn't show you anything like this in Kentucky because, well, there's no beach in Kentucky, but that's not the point. My point is, Big Kevin never shows you anything in Kentucky. He walked outside in his backyard and shows you a lake. Does he have a boat? Does he kayak? Does he swim? None of those things does he do. And Barry has access, or had access, to beaches, and he lived only just a few hundred yards from, yes, where he lived is a rock beach. But he never went to the beach. In 5 years, I watched Barry Jordan. I never saw him on a beach. I watched him go to a point at a waterfalls miles from his house. He pointed at a waterfalls. That's not content. That's not content. Content is showing people where to go and what to do and how much things cost. And I have many videos that I have to publish this week and next, during tourist season, when it starts on the 15th of January. So here we have, let's get this. I did that already. So now let's just finish this video. And, it's a beautiful view of the Bohol Sea. Right, this is called the Bohol Sea. And this is, we are standing in Dragon Head, Bohol. Dragon Head, Bohol. We are standing in Dragon Head. This is part of Dragon Head Beach. But just look up the Bohol Sea, and this is where we are. This is the Bohol Sea. And right out here are, it's a beautiful reef. thanks for watching from the Philippines, baby. Okay, so let's go back to my live stream and we'll get this up on the board. Okay. Al Zamak, you're welcome. Thank you for stopping by. What happened to my live stream? Here it is, right here. Okay. Okay, so we're going to get this up on the board. So these guys call themselves bloggers, but they don't go anywhere. Where has Barry Jordan ever been? Ever? Where has he been? Besides his house. Never been anywhere. But he had a motorcycle. He could have went to the beach. He could have went to the mountains. You know where Barry lived? I was there in Moalboal. I was there. Why can't I find that number? Okay, I don't know how to get that. Hold on a minute. And I will tell you about where he lived. It's a beautiful place. I can't pin this to the top. Here we go. Mm-hmm. I can pin his message to the top, but I can't pin my message to the top. All right, whatever. So the YouTube is changing stuff around again. There should be 3 dots for my comment as well, but there's not. Either way, I'll put it in there later on. I'll put it down here. Okay, I can't do it there either. Anyway, I'm only viewers. Hey, I'm only viewers. So none of these guys ever put out any content. And you're given... Now, I'm sitting here in my shack talking, but I have more content on YouTube than all of the other vloggers and bloggers in all of the Philippines community. All of them put together don't have as much content, except for, like, there's a guy called Finn Snow. He has great content. But I have more varied content on YouTube than any of the other vloggers. Finn Snow is great at editing, unbelievably great at editing, and he goes to some fantastic places in the Philippines, places that I've never been to that I would love to go to. But now his channel he's a Philippines blogger and or vlogger. There's a couple of guys like that. But most of these guys never do anything but sit in their house and talk to you. That's not vlogging. I mean, like I said, this video here, I have video of the back of the Bellevue Hotel showing you the devastation from the storms that occurred, the typhoons. I have videos of the typhoons that went through Bohol, Cyclone Odette, and typhoon remnants of the typhoon Yolanda from even before I moved to the Philippines. The old churches and the destruction of the buildings that occurred in Cebu when I lived in Cebu in 2013, December, and you could see the destruction of the churches and the collapsing of the towers surrounding some of the churches in Cebu. I have all of that done. I have all of those. I've been to hundreds of places in the Philippines. I don't do it anymore because how many times do you want to visit Carbon Market? You've been there I was in Carbon Market. I lived, oh, in the in a beautiful hotel, the Golden Prince Hotel. It was walking distance to the Carbon Market, maybe 20-minute walk. It's just a market. It's a famous market. There's an old church near the Carbon Market. Beautiful old church. How many times do you want to go sit in an old church and look at statues? I've been to the Church of Simla. Many videos I have of the Church of Simla. Been there on 2 different occasions with 2 different guides, tour guides, so to speak. 2 different ladies. Been to the Church of Simla, all through the church. The towers, the Mama Mary Pavilion, the Baby Jesus Pavilion, the Crucifix Pavilion. There are thousands, literally thousands of statues I have videotaped in the Church of Simla, showing you that Mama Mary in the Church of Simla, there might be 300, 400 statues of Mama Mary in the church. How many of those do you want to look at? You could look at one, or you could watch me walk past 300 of them. But none of you people that live in Cebu have done that. You take a picture of the Church of Simla from where the tricycle lets you off, and there's the Church of Simla on the mountain. And that's it. And it's 1,000, 1,500 feet away. Yeah, I'll show you my videos from the Church of Simla. I have no problem with that. It's my channel. I can post them. I have to switch channels. And I'll do that for you. Switch the account. I think I may have to. Hold on a minute. This is going to take a minute or 2. I have to find. Where is my? No, that's not it. I have to find my. Oh, I know what I got to do. Right here. I got to get the on-screen keyboard on there. Okay, so you can't see my code, right? No. Yep, wrong space, by. My keyboard broke. I'm using the on-screen keyboard. And then I have to go to my other account. Now first I have to put the code in. You guys want to see the code from my account? I could show that to you. By the way, dollars to pesos this week. On Tuesday, dollars to pesos were 55.16. In case anybody's interested, it's still up. I don't know what it is today. I just wanted to share that with you. That it's still getting a good number. Okay, for the dollars. Okay, so I'm into my other account now. I have to find, I have to go to, I don't know what that means. This thing, all right, so let's go to my videos. Okay, we're gonna, oh man, I didn't want to do that, but it doesn't matter. Okay. It wants you to change. Do they ask you in your, it's okay, it's green now. Come on. What happened here? All right. My videos. We'll look up similar church. Church. Okay, I have 58 videos. 58 videos on with the word church in there. So let's see, show all. See, I have videos of the church bell that I offered to buy from the local church. I offered them 2,000. I don't know if you guys remember this. This is the kind of content that I have on my channel. This is public. We can watch this. Let me just show you. Let me just show you what it's like living here in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, you see these bells here? They're big. They're big. And you couldn't pick one up. Maybe you might be able to tip this one up, but you couldn't pick it up. It's 2 inches of bronze. Okay? So there were 4 bells in the belfry of the church. You've heard about it, and you've heard me talk about it, banging a pot and making a lot. But look what I found. Now I'm trying to negotiate a deal for one of these bells. Okay, see these 4 bells? Now, I spent an hour waiting for the representative of the church to come out and buy one of these bells, going back into 2019, early 2000. Well, let's see. Let's see when this was made. I think it was 19. 2 years ago. 2021. Okay? 2021. So I spent, this is the kind of content that I have on my hundreds, thousands of videos. On this channel, there's 11,000 videos. So these 4 bells were in the belfry, and I wanted to buy one. I was going to put it as in front of I was going to build a hotel, and I was going to put this as at the entrance to the hotel. And now these bells have no value other than their meltdown value because they're broken. They could be repaired, no problem, at a welding shop, but basically, in most places years ago, this would just be scrap metal. So it would be 200 pounds of bronze. It'd be worth about $200 in scrap. I offered the pastor of this church, San Augustine Church, $2,000 US. $2,000 to buy this broken bell. I don't remember which one I asked them for, but I offered them $2,000 to buy one of these broken bells, even though it only has a value of about $200 as scrap bronze. And they have ornate on them. And every time I come to this church, The caretaker is either gone or busy. Now they have a wedding. So on the bells are some ornamental stuff, and I wanted to keep the bell in there in the condition that they are in, because you could in order to break this bell, like this bell is broken, that's 100 years of banging the bell with a 5-pound piece of cast iron hammer, a bell hammer. So that bell, you could bang it for the rest of your life with a hammer, and it wouldn't do anything to that bell. But either way, this is just some of the things that I have on my channel. So I offered this church $2,000 for a bell that was worth $200 as scrap. It took me at least 10 trips to the church to get the pastor of the church. And when I offered him the money for the bell, to the church, I offered the church the money. He said, no, we're going to restore those bells, or we're going to put them in a museum. These bells, this is from 2021, but they were there already a year and a half or 2 years by the time I made this video. So these bells are still, to this day, sitting in front of the church from 2019 to 2024, 23, and the 20. 4 years they're sitting in front of the church. 4 years they didn't sell the bells. 4 years they didn't put them in a museum. 4 years they didn't fix them. 4 years they didn't make a display for them. And they're just sitting in front of the church for 4 years when they could have collected, well, for one bell, $2,000. Not $2,000 for all four. $2,000 for one bell. Because I wanted it, and I never owned a bell like that before. And to me, as a novelty, it would be worth $2,000. But that didn't happen. So let's go back to the content that I had with the videos that say church. Now, that we have to go way back in time now. But these are all the different churches that I've been to. San Augustine Church, San Ramos Church. I've been to most of the churches on Bohol and most of them in Cebu. This is just one aspect of my blogging. This one, I forgot the name of it. I think that's San Monte Cristo, the Monte Cristo Church. Let me turn this around and take a look at me while I skim through this stuff. That might be the Church of San Domingo. None of these people have done videos. Now, here it is, the Church of Simala. And the Church of San Ningo, the Church of San Domingo. This is a different church. None of these people do anything except sit in their house and drink and get drunk and smoke cigarettes and that kind of nonsense. So here's the Church of Simala. It's a 10-minute video, public. This is a baphomet in a local Catholic church. They have a baphomet. Here's a video of the Church of Simala. Most of the people that do the video of the Church of Simala do this portrait right here. They will do this. They will show you this, which you can see that the jeepney, the tricycle drops you off, and then they take a picture from 1,000 feet away.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is the walking area where they sell you fruits, vegetables, and candles to go to the Church of Simala. This is the picture that 90% of the bloggers show you for the Church of Simala. When you're walking, the tricycle drivers let you off a quarter of a mile. You have to walk past the stores, hoping that you'll buy items from the store. Food, breakfast, lunch, dinner, candles. And this is the Church of Simla. It's totally tourist trap, but it's a beautiful place. It's a totally beautiful tourist trap because you can go, and I'll show you there's a lookout overlooking all of Cebu in the back of this church, which is absolutely gorgeous. And here it is, the lookout. Well, I don't have it in this video, but it's in the back of this video. Okay, so this is the Church of Simla. Okay? Now, in the back of this, there's a tower all along here. Now, this, what you see, is just 300 feet of the church. They've been building this church for 20 years. And they were building it when I was there. It keeps getting bigger and 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 bigger. It could take you 3 days to walk through this church if you stop and read every little item on the venue. So let's go back here. Video details, Church of Simla. And we'll try to find the lookout. But it's a beautiful place, the Church of Simla. And it's a great thing to do, but none of the bloggers do it. They take a picture of it, but they don't show you the actual church. Let me see if I can find a view. Many videos of the Church of Simla. Skywatch. Here we are. Skywatch, okay. I have Mr. Obama in there, so I really gonna have to, I have the Obama doll in there. This is the lookout. But this is just something that you could do when you get to the Philippines. Okay, so we're in a place that you can see that is a lookout that you can see the other lookouts from. Okay. So this is the lookout overlooking Cebu. And look, you see the church goes on. This is all new construction. It goes on and on and on and on and on, all the way down to over here somewhere. It's a half a mile long, this church. Well, a quarter of a mile. Yeah, it's almost a half a mile long. Because when I went there, it was 1,500 feet of church. 2 floors, 3 floors, 4 floors in some places.
One mouth, ladies and gentlemen.
And it goes on down here like 1,000 more feet. And it's 1,000 feet to the left. Hey, Trayvon Martin. Baby. So this church is, what a beautiful view. You want to take somebody out for 1 or 2 days, this is the kind of place you want to go to. In Cebu. I think it's the nicest tourist attraction in Cebu by far. I don't know why I'm videotaping the sky, but you can go, and this is an observation deck over here. And then there's an observation deck that you could see the ocean from on another much higher plane. But anyway, that's... Yeah, LaRue, maybe one day you could do those things. One day somebody will come along and see your channel and say, LaRue Seagrass is the nicest blogger in the Philippines, and give you enough money that you can hopefully take a vacation like that one day. You never know. If they give Barry Jordan $1,000 for alcohol, cigarettes, and the want of a lawyer, and he doesn't spend it on there, the least they could do is give you $1,000 so you can go on vacation once in a while. I got to tell you, people's priorities are really messed up. Well, let's go back over here. And let's go to page 2 of my... I'm not going to, this is just churches. Amazing churches with majestic views. I'm trying to find a video. I didn't even make this one public yet. Oh, because it has the fog trails, the sky fog in this video. Okay, so here is another view of the Church of Simla. I'm not going to talk about, I'm going to try to find that view. Now here is, this girl was a Muslim girl that I went to this church with. She was a very sweet girl. I met her online before I moved to the Philippines. And she was a Muslim lady that she didn't want to be on camera, so I didn't put her on camera. And she was a nice lady. She really was a nice lady. And her and I dated for about, I was in Cebu for 4 months, and we dated the whole time I was in Cebu. And this is one of the views that you have in the church. And this is also a lookout. I'm trying to find the lookout itself. Now we're on a different lookout in this one here. And this lookout shows you the lookout of the church. But what my point is, none of these bloggers that go to Cebu blog the church. And if they do, they take a picture and a 30-second video of a church that you could spend videotaping. No problem at all. You could videotape this church day and night for 2 weeks and not see all of it. Because there's a lot of stuff to see. I'm trying to find the place that here, you see these towers here? At that time, this tower up here, I think this is the one that overlooks the ocean, you could go up onto the top of that tower. And I have video of me and the Muslim lady up on top of the tower. And we're on another tower just like this tower. But we walked over to that tower because from that tower you could see the ocean. So you can go up these places. You just walk up the stairs. This is a beautiful church. I'll get the link and put it in here now. Here's the view of Cebu. And all on this particular spire here had a lot of carved birds. These are all like 2 and 3, 4, 5 foot birds high. So they have, it's the ornate of the birds on top of the spire. And they have angels up there too. This is, I don't know, somebody calling in the flock master. I don't know what they call that type. Oh, look, there's Rabbi Drew Barker. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's 2013, baby. That's 2013. Before we got old in the Philippines. So, and you know that's Rabbi Drew Barker because you know that because look at that bandana. Look at that bandana. That's the Rabbi Drew Barker in the Philippines, baby. Rabbi in the Philippines, baby. So let's get the link for that. But I have thousands of videos from all over Cebu. Estaca Bay Hotel before the hurricane. Estaca Bay Hotel after Yolanda. The Church of Simla. All the churches of Cebu. You people walk, they put a 30-second short up because that's the mentality of the people nowadays. Completely worthless. If you want to blog the Philippines, then blog it. I have 6 hours, 10 hours of just the Church of Simla, 3 hours of the church in Carbon Market, 4 or 5 hours of other churches in Cebu. For each church, the Buddhist monastery, all of that stuff. These guys go past the Buddhist monastery, they take a picture. Buddhist monastery in Cebu. They're not bloggers. They take a few pictures, amateur at that, at best. An amateur hour. So I have to find, I have to go back here. Video details, Church of Simla, and then let's copy that link. I'll put this, I'm going to give you this link. Oh, this is a, wait a second, that video is private. Can't do that. Sorry about that. It's private because I talked about the, when they spray up in the sky. Okay. Let's go here. Let's find another Church of Simla video. And then you'll also find my other channel as well. Okay, this one is public. So that ends in a Q. This ends in a Q. Let's go back. Let's put this over there. We're going to save the changes. Even the simple little thing that I'm doing now of copying and pasting the links. The other bloggers, they put a picture of the church up. They don't give you a link of the link to find the church, the link to see the church. They don't give you any of that. They're basically worthless bloggers. Completely worthless. Emmett is in the house. My God. Emmett is in the house. Hello, Emmett. Wow. I can't believe Emmett came back for more. I say more. Where is Ed? How come I can't see that? How come? Oh, man. Why? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It signed me out. Okay, I could shut this down. All right, let me shut this stuff down. Shut that, shut that, shut that, shut that. I'm trying to shut that down so I don't use up all my bandwidth, but okay, so I know what it did when it put the new Chrome profile up when I pushed the wrong button. And now when I want to switch the account, I have to sign back in. It won't give me the option for my personal account, my other account. Hold on, you guys gotta wait. Go ahead. Okay. And now, for the password, I will tell you right now what my password is in case you guys want to get in there. It has the number 1 in the password. And there is the number 3 in the password. Hold on, it's going to lock me out of here for 10 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so it changed my profile to this new green Chrome garbage. I don't like it at all. I'm going to cancel that out. Okay, so where am I? What happened? I lost all the windows that I had open. Huh. We're still in hoodwink, that's why. Okay, hold on. But I shifted. I went over that. What a pain in the neck. Don't ever... Alpha male. Okay, alpha. I'm back. But this is... I haven't used the computer in 2 weeks because I had a problem with my computer. So let's go back to my live stream. Something went wrong. What could be... Oh, I'm still... All right, hold on. I switched my account. Okay. What a pain in the neck this is. I should have never pressed that switch to the YouTube. It won't give me all right. Let's cancel that. Okay, let's see. Where are we here? Is this it? No, let's go over here. Let's go over here. Okay, we're back. We're getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there. What a pain in the neck. Okay, let's go to my videos. I pressed install the new Chrome screen, the new Chrome, and it's like a green screen, and I didn't want to press it. I pressed it though. I did press it because it happened. And then when I pressed it, it changed the screen, and then it gave me signed me out of everything. I'm not real smart when it comes to the computer stuff. So let's go here. Let me give you the name of the Church of Simla. Anybody that's ever come into Cebu, I'm going to post this 3 times. If you guys are ever coming to Cebu, this is the most beautiful. It's a way to spend 2 days with your girlfriend or your wife or your date, whatever. It's just a spectacular place. But I'm going to tell you right now, I want to tell you this. You're not going to like what I'm about to say, but neither will the Church of Simla. But if you go to the Church of Simla, if you go there, listen to me carefully. If you go to the Church of Simla and you have to go to the bathroom in that little area that I showed you, where all the little huts are, oh boy, are you in for a rude awakening. I'm going to tell you what I did. I went into the bathroom to go to the bathroom in that area with all the little shacks and stuff like that before you get to the church where they sell food. I walked into the bathroom and I got sick, gagged. There was no way you could stay in the bathroom, number one. Number two, there was no way you could stay in there long enough and hold your breath to do what you had to do. I walked out of the bathroom. I walked behind the shack. I walked into the forest. Because I always come prepared. In this bag here, this is my day bag that I walk around with. I have in my day bag, I have a hat, extra hat. And then I have this, baby. This is toilet paper. This is toilet paper. Enough toilet paper for one, possibly two turns on the up against the tree. Always carry toilet paper when you're in the Philippines, because you never know when you're going to wish that you're going to walk out into the woods, because the bathrooms in that area outside the Church of Simala, where the little shacks are that dirty. So I always carry my bag, toilet paper. I carry toilet paper. I carry a book. I carry a spare phone if I'm going somewhere. You need to remember, if you're in the Philippines, just get an old roll of toilet paper like this, small roll like this, and take the roll and squash it down like that and put it in a plastic bag. And then you're good to go. Literally good to go, good to go, good to go. Because if you don't and you got to go, what are you going to use? Your bandana? Are you going to use your nice bandana? Are you going to use your shirt? I know a lot of guys used to wear 2 pairs of underwear in case, on the construction site, in case they had to go. If they needed a rag, they had a second pair of underwear they could use. But you're going to wish that you didn't have to use that bathroom in that town area. God, that was an amazing. And I was only in the Philippines about the Muslim lady that I dated when I was in Cebu. I had met her online a year and a half before I got to Cebu. So I got a hotel room, and then I hooked up with her. She worked for a lens making factory for cameras. She had a real job. So one day a week she had off, and one day a week we went to a different place. And then after work, of course she stayed at the hotel. And then in the morning we had the buffet breakfast at the Golden Prince. So, but we did a lot of exploration because she had never been anywhere. No, Xavier, they don't have toilet paper. No, you don't use toilet. That's something else altogether. No, they don't have toilet paper in the Philippines. Well, maybe in a big mall, maybe. What they have in a non-public bathroom, like not in a mall, like let's say in the mall in Cebu, or in the mall in Bohol, ICM Mall. Yes, they have toilet paper now, they do, but years ago they did not. Years ago, there's a sprayer on the wall, like a dish sprayer that you spray the dishes down, and you spray that after you're done doing your business. You spray down with that. Now that's high class, the sprayer. That's high class. If they don't have a sprayer and they don't have toilet paper, in the bathroom there's a 55-gallon drum of water with a plastic bucket called a cabot, and it's a plastic bucket. It's like a 1/3 quart. It's like a 2-quart pot that you cook spaghetti in. You're gonna make soup. you have a 2-quart pot, and it's like a 2-quart pot made out of plastic. And you take that pot, you fill it up with water, and you run it down wherever you got to clean up. And then you stick your fingers up there, and you do the magic. Stick your fingers in there, and then no sinks. At that place, there was no sinks. There was actually a 5-gallon bucket of water, and everybody uses that 5-gallon bucket of water. So you could imagine how many germs are in that bucket. But it wouldn't matter anyway, because the bathroom was not. I was a septic tank contractor, licensed for 13 years, and I couldn't go in that bathroom. You would be much better off opening up a septic tank. The smell, open a septic tank, and I would put the ladder down and go down and shovel the solids out. Cleaner than the bathrooms in the Philippines, some of the places in the Philippines. Way cleaner. Inside of a septic tank was cleaner than the bathrooms outside store area by the Church of Simala. Way cleaner. Not a little cleaner, a lot cleaner. Inside the septic tank was cleaner than some of the bathrooms in the Philippines. I have a picture of the inside of a bathroom in the Philippines. If I showed you the picture, you would say, no, and it's a public building. It's a public building. Hold on a minute. I'll look for that now. What type of construction do I do? Well, I did. In America, I owned barges, and a barge and a crane and a tugboat. And I did marine construction pile driving. And I built decks and docks. Marine construction. Yeah, this is I'll answer your question with a video. Hold on a minute. Let me get up. Let me get a video for you. I'll show you a barge that I owned. It's called the Dragon Barge. This is the Dragon. D-R-A-G-O-N. And we'll press enter. There's a lot of videos. There's 30 plus videos of my barge, but I'll show you one. I had a 30-foot wide by 50-foot long self-propelled barge with a Murray and Tagurtha stern drive 07 unit. That was the propulsion, and this is the propeller. We had to take the propeller off. It took 2 days to take the propeller off. We are sitting on the propeller. It's a 900-pound bronze propeller. I'll give you the link. Let's open this up.
Nangingilo? Sensitive ka. Use Sensodyne.
All right, so this is the barge. We have the propeller on top of a a 4,000-pound deadhead hammer, and I was straightening out one of the propeller blades with an 8-pound maul. And this job took 2 days to take the propeller off and straighten out the prop and put the propeller back on. 2 days for 2 men. But I will show you the video. Let's see. This is the barge. It's back in back of a dock and deck system I built. That's the crane on the barge. It's a 25-ton Lorraine crane. Could pick up 25 tons with a stiff leg up. And the barge is 30 feet by 50 feet. And we were putting in some pilings with it. That's my cousin Stephen setting up the piling. This is the pile. And that thing there, that's the piling. We put it in I have a stanchion built on the side of the barge. And this is a 3,500-pound drop hammer. Inside here is all steel. And you slide it over the top of the piling, and you bang the piling down into the ground with it. If it's rock, hard pan, muck, or sand, you use this drop hammer. We didn't have coral where I lived, rock. If it was rock, you'd have to use a special drill. So I'll show you what it looks like. I'm trying to set it up in a where I have docks that have to go in here, and I'm setting the piling up so that the poles don't interfere with the docks. You could put the boat in between the poles. And now we're getting ready to drop the hammer down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And you could do this for 5 minutes, or you could do it for 5 hours with any one pole. And here we are setting the pole. Watch. You pick the hammer up. It's in a pipe. The hammer's a 10-foot long pipe. 7 feet is air, and 3 feet is solid steel and lead. You pick it up. Now drop it down, and the pole goes down in the ground. Maybe 1 inch the pole goes down, and maybe the pole won't. Maybe the pole will go down 1/8 of an inch. And you have to bang it 8 times to go down an inch, 100 times to go down a foot. And then it might go through the hard pan, and it might go through 4 feet in one drop. Depends on the weight of the hammer and what you hammer it into. 100 times, sometimes 100 times to go down a foot. Yeah, it depends, because underneath the water could be rock, like gravel from 200 years ago. The canals are 200 years old. Maybe somebody dumped gravel at the bottom of the canal or broken concrete. And they call that a drop hammer, D-R-O-P, drop hammer. Hello from Indonesia. Janda Anak 1. Janda Anak 1. Thank you for stopping by. So this was my work. This is what I did pretty much most of my life. But that was my personal barge. I also worked on other people's barges, and I also for a short time worked for the Dock Builders Union on their barges. And I'll show you taking the hammer, that's one job. Now I'll show you us taking the propeller off. maybe we're putting the propeller on. Yeah, now we're putting it on. And that the crane is holding up the propeller. Now I got to find the one where we're taking it off. Here's where we're taking it off. Hold on, it's a commercial. That's a good thing. Okay, this is taking the propeller off. We heated up this propeller with a torch, and I made a wheel puller, and it took 14 hours to make the wheel puller, and that wrench that my cousin is using to take that nut off there, and the wheel puller we didn't build yet, but it took 14 hours to build the wheel puller to make that wrench. We made it out of 1/2-inch steel, and then heat this propeller up, and so that it would open up around the shaft. Get to that moment. Here we are banging the. That's the wheel puller that we made. It's 1-inch bolts with a flat steel plate, and then you have to heat it up. Heat it, bang it, wheel puller. Heat it, bang it, wheel puller. Wheel puller, heat it, bang it, wheel puller, heat it, bang it, wheel puller, heat it, bang it. Bang it, bang it, bang it, bang it, bang it. For hours we banged on that propeller with the torch, and that's a 2-foot wrench with 1-inch bolts that the wheel puller is on now. And it took us, then we banged the bolts, we banged the prop, we heat the prop. We bang the bolts, we heat the prop, we heat the... And that goes on and on and on for 14, 15 hours. 2 full days to get the propeller off the shaft. 2 days. Because you have to make the tool to get the propeller off the shaft. You can't buy that tool. Now the prop popped off. But at some point, we banged on this thing for hours. Here, look. It took 2 of us to turn the nut. There was 2 nuts. It takes 2 people, because even though it's free, it's still, at the end of the day, you can barely move. It's still, you have to still put 50, 60 pounds on the end of that metal wrench. This is the engine package. There's, well, we got more videos. Hold on. There's 2 671 Detroit diesels, and that's the crane. Anyway, that's what I did to answer that guy's question. That was my job. That was my barge. And that's what I did most of my life. Built decks and put in bulkheads and pilings. Okay. So I think we're about done here. I'll go back. I posted the link for this video. Yeah. I'm going to shut down about 10 windows. I'm shutting windows down. I had 40 windows open. I got to shut some of this stuff down. Hold on. What the heck is that? All right. I wonder how many of you guys use Facebook. I get all kinds of requests for Facebook. I don't do Facebook. I talk to 3, 4 people on Facebook. I have 94 requests to be their friend. Like I need 94 friends. Okay, we're back. Dr. Yen Lo, Happy New Year's from Los Angeles. From Canny Ford. Thanks for stopping by. Happy New Year to you too. So let's I think we're done here. I think we're done. If you haven't pushed the thumbs up button, then you Philip Janik. Oh no, that's John the Anik. John the Anik. Scottish man Angus. Oh yeah, I was talking about my fast to a woman, of all things, a woman. They have no understanding at all of basically. Women they skate through life relatively easy. Like they don't need to be smart. They just need to be cute or have certain skill sets. But like cooking, cleaning, but stuff that men don't want to do for themselves. So I was talking to a woman the other day about my diet. And I said to her, okay, so we're at a party, okay, a big party. There are a lot of people out. And she's drinking. And there's a few things that I don't get involved with. I don't get involved with people that are drinking alcohol by avoiding bars and clubs. And rarely will I go to a party and people are drinking alcohol. Rarely. I do, but rarely. It's rare. So she was drinking. And she started to slur her words a little bit. She forgot that she was smoking a cigarette and she lit up another cigarette or was looking for her cigarettes. So it's time for me to bounce out. I'm done at this party. So and the next day we saw each other and we were talking, and she had asked me about my diet just around the same time she started slurring her words. Soon as you start slurring your words and you're with me, or you start to repeat, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm gone. I just stand up and walk away. There's nothing to talk about. I worked in a bar for years. I worked to check identification at a bar. And I would watch people walk in that I knew for 8 or 10 years. And they would have 3 or 4 drinks. They would be somebody different when they walked out. After you start drinking, rarely will I ever talk to you. Rarely will I ever be around people that are drinking. Anyway, I said to her, she wanted to go on a diet, so I told her about water fasting, only water. You can't do that. She was drinking now. You got to remember, she was drinking. So I says, yeah, you can. Then she went to light up another cigarette, but she had a cigarette already in the ashtray. And then I said, it's time for me to leave. And I saw some Christmas carolers. And I says, I'm going to go make them do a Christmas carol in front of my shack. And I did. I used that as an excuse to leave the party. I never went back. So the next day I saw her. And I told her about water fasting. She goes, you can't do that. I said, yeah, I didn't eat anything at all for 50 days. One day I had a couple of calamansi, the little limes. I ate the whole thing. It was 12 calories. I ate about 2 or 3 of those. And one day I had a piece of pork and some cabbage. But for 50 days I didn't eat anything. And I lost 67 pounds. No, you didn't do that. I said, yeah, I did that. No, nobody can do that. The ignorance in this world is astounding. So I said, yeah, you can do it. You under doctor supervision, it's okay. You can do it. No, it's not possible to somebody to go for 50 days without eating. Here I am talking to a complete stranger, trying to tell her what I did, and she's standing there telling me I didn't do it. Well, that conversation lasted that long. And since then, I haven't spoke with her, but there's no reason to speak with her again. There was another lady that I spoke to as well, and she had trouble dealing with it also, but she wasn't contradicting me at the party. See, I just said I did something for 50 days. That's what I did for 51 days. And you're telling me, no, I didn't do it. And I'm telling you, yes, I did. And you asked me how much weight I lost. I said 67 pounds, which proves I did it. But no, you had to eat something. I said, no, I didn't eat anything. I just drank water. No, you had to eat something. You would die if you didn't eat. So here it is. I'm arguing with a woman at a party who's drinking, who can't remember how many cigarettes she has lit. It's an amazing thing, alcohol. That's why I worked in a bar for years. As soon as people start to drink, I'm ready to leave. But I don't drink. And if I do drink, I get very mellow. Some people get mellow, some people get angry. I get mellow. I get like, yeah, okay, if you say so, I don't care. But when the woman was looking to start an argument and tell you can't, the hundreds of people fast, and I even Googled it. I said, look, you can water fast for 20 or 30. Yes, that's not 50 days. Okay, we're done. Not 50 days. You can't remember how many cigarettes you had. I'm going to go now. And I left. And that was it. Arguing with people what I did. I know what I did. If you want to be arrogant, ignorant. So you're saying 392 days. Yeah, I saw a guy. Many people do 100 days. Many people go 100 days. Many. There's a whole bunch of people on YouTube. Tea, coffee, water, soda, and vitamins. Yeah, you got to take vitamins. I take the multivitamin. All vitamins are the same. Pay $10 for this bottle. It's the same vitamin that you pay $40 for the bottle. Same vitamin. It's like cereal. Go look at the ingredients to plain Rice Krispies with sugar. And then go look at the ingredients to Kellogg's Corn Flakes with sugar. Rice Krispies are $5 a box. Kellogg's Corn Flakes are $12 a box. It's the same ingredients. Now go look at the ingredients to whole wheat cereal. $14 a box. Same ingredients. Same thing, vitamins. $10 vitamins are the same as $40 vitamins. Maybe this one has 1 or 2 things less than $40 vitamins. Well, those are the vitamins you don't need. And this, I take magnesium, 2,000 milligrams a day. it loosens up your stool. It loosens it up. Not that I have a problem with that, but during when you're fasting, you need something like that to get you get it flowing. So people go 100 days, no problem. I'm on a website where one guy was up to 160 days. I don't go there anymore because you go to the website and you give them an updated picture. So how you doing? What's new? It's like being on Facebook with 200 people want to say hello to you, and then you don't get anything done all day. I don't need that. I went to the hospital every 2 weeks. I was under doctor's supervision. They checked my blood pressure, asked me how I was doing, and that was it. Same doctor that I've had for years. Set a record for the length of a fast. I'm sure that was a high amount because I've heard of 160 days on the website that I'm on, but never that long. But I believe it. I mean, what difference does it make? 50 days without food or 100? Just depends on how much weight you want to lose. Now me, I may do another 50-day fast before the spring. I might do that. I'm thinking about it. But to be honest, since the day I quit, I started August 8th. It ended October 1st. August, September. August 8th, September 8th, October 8th. It ended October 5th, like that. I have eaten a small amount of pork and a small amount of cabbage 3 times a day. So November, December, January, 3 months, I've eaten the same small amount of food, and I lost an additional inch off my waist. So I haven't gained even back no weight. I actually lost another kilo in the last month. So I maintained my weight, but by changing my eating habits. All right, I'm going to get ready to go. Dr. Yen Lo says, I've led a life to where one thing I've learned is people. Hold on a minute. I got to. All right, I got to get this. I can't see because they put that heart right in the way. Okay, Dr. Young. I've led a life to where one thing I've learned is people, comma. One thing that I've learned is people, about people. And one thing I know, you aren't. You worded that pretty shitty, I'll tell you that. You one thing I know, you aren't, my friend, is a bullshitter. You are not a bullshitter, is what he meant to say. You really massacred that sentence. You massacred that sentence pretty good, Dr. Yenlo. But he was saying that I'm not a bullshit. Yeah, for 50 days, I told you what I ate. And I was on live stream every day, and I lost 67 pounds. So let's just say I had people saying you can't go more than 3 days, you'll collapse. Well, after 3 days, you get more energy. After 5 days, you get more energy yet. After 8 days, you don't even think about food. I went back to eating because under doctor supervision, the doctor said, plain and simple, if you get weak, or you get dizzy, you got to go back to eating. I did not get dizzy. I got weak, where I didn't want to not weak to fall down. I didn't pass out weak. Not weak to pass out. Not weak to get dizzy. I got weak to where when I wanted to stand up, or when I was in the city and I wanted to walk up the steps to the ICM mall, I couldn't walk up the steps. I had to walk up one at a time. So the doctor said, if you get weak, just go back to eating food again, or small amounts. So I went back to eating 3 times a day, but a small amount of food. And I eat the same meal every day. So October 8th, November 8th, December 8th, January 4th, whatever today is. For 90 days, I've eaten the exact same meal 3 times a day. Except one day, 2 weeks ago, I had 2 Angel hamburgers and 2 Angel cheesy dogs in one day. Whew, I was full. Haven't eaten that much food in almost half a year. So, but other than those, that one meal, that one day, 2 Angels hamburgers, they're like White Castle, and 2 cheesy burgers. Those were the first time I had a hamburger in 2 years, and the first time I had a Frankfurter in 3 years. I don't even know. And it's junk food. It's $1 for 2 hamburgers, and 80 cents for 2 cheesy Frankfurters. It's cheap. It's a snacker. But I had that. And other than that, for 90 days, I ate the same meal and lost another kilo and an inch off my waist. And that meal is fried pork. Every day, fried pork. Every day. I put not enough oil to cover the bottom of the pan. Like, say, 2 teaspoons in the pot. So that won't cover the bottom of the pan. But when you heat it up and you throw the chunks of meat in there and mix it around, it maybe covers the bottom of the pan with a thin layer. So 2 teaspoons of coconut oil, only coconut oil. And then, I eat a half a pound of Chinese pichai every day. Raw pichai, raw Chinese pichai. With a little bit of vinegar and a little bit of hot. I make a special mix. There's something called halong, Halong, halong. They're little red peppers. They're about that big. And I put those in the food processor, and I turn that into juice, hot pepper juice. Period. The only thing that's left of those hot peppers are the seeds. So the biggest part of what I grind up is the seed. The rest of it turns into juice. With that, I mix in 1/8 of a kilo of hot peppers and 1 liter of vinegar. And the vinegar gets very hot from the seeds and the juice. And I sprinkle that on my cabbage, Napa cabbage. It's a kind of cabbage. So I eat a half a pound of cabbage every day, but 8 ounces of cabbage is only 100 calories. It's only 100 calories. I will show it to you. Napa cabbage. In case anybody's interested. Hold on. Okay, this stuff here is called Napa cabbage. Now, it only has 12 calories per ounce. So 8 ounces is 100 calories. And in here is the hot pepper. The black things are anise, A-N-I-S-E. That gives it like a sweet flavor. And the red peppers are, you put a little juice on there. And I eat like 8 or 12 ounces of this a day. With this juice. I could show it to you. See that red that's the hot pepper. It's hot too. It's not a little hot. It's hot. But real men do real things in real life. I'll tell you how hot it is. Most people, if they just did what I just did with as much juice as I put on this, they would not find it enjoyable. It would be tolerable, but not enjoyable. But I like hot peppers. Now, I can't eat that stuff that's 13 million Scovilles or anything like that. But growing up as an Italian in New York, there was a product called hot cherry peppers. They were green and red. And you'd buy them in the Italian delicatessen in the market. But there was another product called stuffed hot cherry peppers. Those were hot. I don't know how hot they were. They were hot. They were so hot, there's no way you could eat one. You couldn't. They were big too. They were like that big. If you ate one of those, it wouldn't be enjoyable at all. It was too hot to eat by itself. The best way to have it would be with Italian bread. And you buy them by the gallon. They were cheap too, $12 for a gallon. I would go through a gallon of those every 2 or 3 months by myself in my personal house. So, but I would have them with Italian bread. Ice water or lemon water, because that's all I drink is lemon water. I don't drink soda. But this is a tolerable amount of heat, but those peppers by themselves, a quarter of one of those peppers the sweat would just come off your face and drip down around your chin. That's how hot they were. They were hot. Like that movie Airplane with Lloyd Bridges and that other guy, Nelson. The sweat pouring off his face. You picked a bad day to quit smoking. I remember that part. And that's what your head would look like. Not these. Now my head is starting to get a little damp up there, though. I gotta tell you that. I'm not gonna lie to you about that. Shit's hot too. This is hot. I'll tell you how hot it is. My lips are on fire. They're really hot. But I gotta do it. It's part of the show, right? For you. For you, I do this. I mean, if your name was Gene, I would be doing it for you, Gene. Oh. I don't eat anything at all that's processed. Nothing. Do I eat that's processed? Nothing at all. Nothing. Not even. I haven't had any processed food in my house in a year. I don't even know. I've never bought any. Well, you know what? A year and a half ago, or a year ago, Scott bought me some Hellman's mayonnaise, some Knorr's mustard, and a couple of other things, items from America, stuff that you can't get here. And I had that Hellman's mayonnaise a year ago, year and a half ago. I had that. It was the last time I had any processed food. And I bought tuna fish, which is processed. But now I haven't had a can of anything or any of those those 10 peso noodle. You buy Lucky Me noodles. I have not had anything like that in years. I don't even know when the last time I had anything like that is. I haven't had any bread in 2 years, just a hamburger. Haven't had any rice in 2 years. Not even like one spoonful of it. Nothing. I don't eat anything. I just eat the pork and the lettuce. LaRue is back. DNC. DNC. Oh man, that was up. Those hot cherry, I haven't seen them in decades. Those were really good, DNC. My head is starting to sweat, starting to get shiny from this stuff here. I tell you what I did buy recently. Thanks for stopping by, DNC. Of course, Happy New Year, which we already did that. But DNC, you were the one. Didn't you just buy a new watch recently? You bought a watch about 6 months ago, and you just bought another watch. I was wondering, what is it that you do with two watches? I have watches from New York City. Yeah, unboxing the Cravton Matrix. And you had the Alpinist, right? The Alpinist watch. What is it that you do with two watches? I mean, do you collect them? Because I will tell you something right now, and I'm being serious with you. Collecting watches is, I mean, if you want a watch, you collect them. Okay. Well, one thing I learned about collecting watches is that in the Philippines, they have no value. I had a Wittenhauer, the thin. It's like 1/8 of an inch thick. at the time in 1980, when I got it, 81 like that, the watch listed for about $1,000. And when I got to the Philippines, I said, I'm never going to wear this. Let me try to sell it. They wouldn't give you $20 for it here. $20. I couldn't get $20 for it. I said, look, I wouldn't sell it for $20, but they wouldn't give you $20 for it. I said, this is a Wittenhauer. The leather band on the Wittenhauer was worth $50. They wouldn't give me $20 for it. So the fella asked me, if you have a Swath watch, I'll buy that, and I'll give you $200 for a Swath watch. Remember those $20 Swath watches? They're worth, well, they say they're worth $1,000, but he would give me $200 if I had a Swath, because apparently they're now trending. They were $20. Everybody and their brother bought a Swath, except me. I never bought one, because I had a Pulsar ruby red crystal that I paid $300 for in 1977. Has no value here at all. You couldn't sell it for $20. You couldn't sell it, but a Swath watch was worth $200. It's up to you. Don't come to the Philippines expecting to sell them in Southeast Asia, because they have no value at all. You'd have to find a private buyer. A Swath. Yeah, they were $10 watches, Swath. Now they're worth, I see them online for a couple of hundred, $300. At the time, $300, $400, $500 for a Swath. Who knew? Who knew? So my Wittenhauer had no value at all, and my Pulsar ruby red crystal, which was digital in '76, was $350 watch. That's not worth anything, but it wouldn't matter what it was worth. No one has the battery for it here anyway. I went to every store in Cebu and Bohol. Maybe now you could get that battery, but I don't wear a watch, and that thing is this thick. It's about 3/8 of an inch thick, and it's that big. But I will look for it. The Pulsar ruby red crystal. It's a nice watch. It was a beautiful watch. Remember when we used to go out to discotheques? Everybody had a watch. Let me see that watch. Oh, that's a beautiful watch. Let's see. Pulsar, PULSAR. Ruby. Red crystals. With the stainless steel band. The stainless steel band must be worth a fortune, really, for that. They're beautiful. Pulsar ruby red crystal watch with the stainless steel band. That's not it. That's not it. Let's add something to it. Let's add the year. 1976. They have no value anyway. They're worth $30, those watches. But mine was a really nice one with the red. It had a ruby crystal. Maybe it was ruby crystal. It's ruby red. Let's just look it up. Ruby, let's get rid of the red. Ruby crystal watch. Let's search that. Vintage watches. Not worth the effort. One day I'll dig it out. It's in a box with the rest of my junk. It has no value. But he wouldn't give me $20 for it when I got here. But if you want to buy it, DNC, I paid $350 for it. I could let it go for $299 because you're a watch collector, and it's a deal. It's a deal. You're saving $60 right off the bat, and it's going to cost me $60 to get it to you. So I'm losing $60 plus $60. I'm losing $120. You would think that damn thing would pop right up with a ruby red crystal. See, remember before I said the stainless steel band is worth a fortune? Look at this. Original Seiko and Pulsar stainless steel bracelet, vintage. $200 for watch bands. And so you're really getting a deal. If you buy my watch, you're getting the band. I paid $350 for it. I don't know. My Uncle Frank, my godfather, Frankie, he worked, he ran Lapadula Freight at Kennedy Airport. So they would get a whole tractor trailer trucks. Thousands, 10,000 watches, 5,000 cameras. Everything was a good price. I remember paying $350 for that watch. DNC, I could let it go for $199. Let it go for $100 because it's going to cost me $60. So you would be saving $150. In $1976, you'd be saving $400, and I'd be earning, because I'd be screwing you for the total price, because I can't use it. It's completely useless to me. I don't wear a watch, but and you'd have something to remember me by. Every time you looked at what time was, you said, look at this ruby red crystal watch that I got from Michael Thomas Fazio from the Philippines. I can't believe that watch doesn't just pop right up. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. That's hard to believe. Well, unless DNC puts a bid in, and you could put a bid in, the bidding starts at $199. Thank you very much. I'll find that one day. DNC, he's gone. Yeah, I probably could do that, send it to a recon, or I could probably just throw it out. Because just to ship that watch to America would cost you $65. In fact, I have dollars. You want to know? I had some dollars. Like, I had When I did my dollar bill videos, I collected dollars. I bought like $21 bills from the year. I don't know what year it was. 2006 U.S. $1 bills, right? So I brought them. I had 20 of them, $20. I brought them to a money changer in Bohol. The guy offered me 25 cents on the dollar for dollar bills. So I said, well, I have a $10 bill also somewhere. I have it in a book somewhere. And he goes, for that, I can give you 40 cents on the dollar. Yeah. Yeah, that was an odd piece of gold I had at that time. That was back in 2010. Yeah, I don't have any gold anymore. I got rid of all that shit when I moved to the Philippines. Well, not when I moved here. When, no, the money changer was screwing me. So I had the $10 bill that he wanted to give me 40 cents on the dollar for. And I said, no, that's okay. How much do you want for it? So I said, well, give me 75 cents on the dollar for the ones, the 21s and the 110. I'll give you 25 cents for the dollar bills and 40 cents for the 10 on. And I'm going, I don't want to. No. You give it to me. I'm doing you a favor. He's talking to me like that. I'm going, I'm in Luna Beach with a lady, and I brought the money because there's a money changer there, and I don't know the person in the money changer booth, but they exchange money, and I said, you're doing me a favor. I says, I could just walk down the beach and find somebody from America and get 75 cents on the dollar for each dollar bill I had. And, well, yeah, but I'm going to give you 25 cents on the dollar right now. And I said to the guy, I don't want to sell the money, though. I don't want to. It's only $20. So what am I going to do? I'm going to give this guy $20 for $5? And then he's going to put a pile of that crap together, bring it back to America, and get 100%. You real? It's a big gimmick, the money changer thing. Like, you come to the Philippines with a $100 bill, and they give you 90 cents or 88 cents on the dollar for a brand new, crisp $100 bill, and they collect 50,000 U.S. dollars like that. But older bills, they give you 70 cents or 50 cents or 25 cents on the dollar. So they get $100,000 that they paid an average of 60 cents on the dollar for. They got so they paid $60,000 for $100,000 worth of bills. They take a guy, an Indian, they put him on the plane with a satchel with 100 grand in it that he paid 60 for. They bring him to New York to their bank in New York. The bank gives him 100,000. The guy flies back to the Philippines, 2,500 for an airfare. So take 2,500 off the $40,000 profit for 3 days of traveling, and the guy made $37,000 to carry a pile of money this big. Well, 100,000 is that big. So the guy made he made $37,500 to carry a pile, and they got hundreds of thousands of dollars, the money changers. So I said to him, give me 75 cents on the dollar for what I got, and you can have it. No, I had to walk away. I didn't know that guy. There's a money changer in the city. they probably have the same rate because the guy in the city, without showing him the money, wanted to give me 20 cents on the dollar. Fucking, not doing that. I'll throw it away. An amazing watch. I wish I could find that watch. Haley Zeus. Haley Zeus. What a name that is, boy. What a name. Haley Zeus. Welcome, Haley. Hold on a minute. I have a mosquito. There was a mosquito. So, I didn't sell my dollars. I didn't lose money either. I'll find somebody from America and I'll just give it to them and let them give me 75 cents on the dollar. I wish I could find that. Let's look up antique PULSAR watch. Water under the bridge. Now, PULSAR. I wonder what the name of that was. I can't even find the watch. Let's look up PULSAR. I'm now. It's got me to where. Why can't I? It's probably one of the nicest watches that they ever made from a man's watch. I don't even know. I know it's PULSAR though. Let's get rid of the stainless steel band. It was a quartz. No, quartz, I'm not even sure. Vintage. I don't know if it was quartz or not now. No, it had a digital. Here it is. Here it is. Wow. Got rid of that stainless steel band, and there it is, right there. Well, yeah. That's it, right there. Not my P2. Let's see if there was a little bit different. It could be this one, the P2. And it could be this one. Let's take a look at this P2. Okay, let's take a look at this. Yeah, this looks like it's really close to this one here. What is it worth? Yeah, this is a 19. I bought it in '76, so it's a vintage digital LED watches. It's a beautiful watch. Wow, that's a lot of work there. Here's the price right here. I said I paid $375. It was made from 1972 to 1977, and in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and costing $395. Costing $395. Yeah, I got a good memory for that kind of stuff. Well, you pay $375 for a watch when you're 19 years old, 21 years old. That was a life savings back then. Cost more than a Rolex Submariner at the time, and it was famously worn by celebrities and politicians. Yeah, baby, my watch was famous. I'll put the link in here if you want to take a look, DNC. That's it. That's really it. The stainless steel bands are over $100 now. Let's go back over here. I'm glad I found it. That would bother me. I'd be waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'd be upset about that. I don't even know if DNC is still here, but I'll fix that problem. Wow. Where the heck did it go? I can't get my darn keyboard up on the screen now. This keyboard is a pain in the neck. I don't understand why nothing in the Philippines lasts. I just don't understand why it does stuff. My keyboard is less than a year old, and it broke already. I can't get a keyboard up on the screen. All right. Why? Well, it won't. I can't get a keyboard on the screen. This computer, what a piece of junk this is. Can't get it. Don't know where it is. It might be hanging out around here somewhere, but I can't find it. Okay. Hey, funny videos. Good afternoon. For me, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Exactly. Okay, I'm done. Thanks for stopping by. If you guys didn't push the thumbs up and you want to do that, or push the thumbs down. Oh, that's even better. Easier to go downhill than uphill. Thumbs down, baby. All right, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Good day to you all. from the Philippines, and Happy New Year. Today we did good. We had a good day. We got to talk about the worthless blogger named Big Kevin. Completely worthless blogger. Absolutely worthless. Oh, and by the way, Big Kevin, that you collected 10,000 US dollars to come to the Philippines over the last 7 or 8 years to see your children, and now you're not going to go to Australia to see them, and now you're not even coming directly to the Philippines, and now you spent some of that money on a trip to the Panhandle in Florida, and now you're going to, instead of going to the Philippines, you might go to Colombia, but maybe you're going to go to Vietnam, and then you're going to come to the Philippines. So you didn't use the money what you said the money was intended for. And you've never, to this day, in the last years that I know of, you've never contributed any information about the Philippines because you don't live here anymore. So any of your information is not current. And when you lived here, you didn't do anything here anyway. I stayed under the radar. You stayed under the radar when you were here because you weren't paying your immigration fees. And that's why you had $7,000 or $8,000 in immigration fees. You are not a blogger. What did you ever contribute to the Philippines except alcohol tax that you paid when you bought alcohol? Nothing. So now you're not even coming back to the Philippines. And every year for 7 years, 5 years, I'll be back in the Philippines next year around the same time. But you never came back. And now that I had to get an operation, my knee, my this, my that, now you're waiting for Social Security, a phone call, blah, 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 blah. You ought to call it Big Kevin slander and libel. Because that's what you do to every blogger. That's your life's blood for your channel. Slandering and libeling other bloggers. You like to do that, and you do it well. But you have no content. I'm telling you that you have never used the money that you got for what you said you were going to use it for. And then you have the nerve to critique me. Every penny that I collected for whatever I collected it for went to exactly what it was supposed to go to. If I collected money to help me buy a cement mixer, I bought a brand new cement mixer. And any other tools, I bought those tools with them. Every time. You have never done that. But your idea of blogging is to create drama on other people's channel. You're a worthless Philippines blogger for information in regards to absolutely worthless, dude. Worthless. You should not call yourself a Philippines blogger. I'm Big Permy from the Philippines, baby. LaRue, thanks for the 23rd thumbs up. I'm Big Permy, which of course means take care always. Bye-bye for now. Oh, I didn't show you. I did DNC. Look at this. I don't know if you could still see it. I did okay today. We had Super Chat. We had banging of the pot for New Year's. We got $50 to drink 1 liter of water. John Blaze. John Blaze. John Blaze TV, baby. We got $50 to drink a liter of water. $20 from Lewis to talk about the Hobgoblin waffle flipper. $10 from Lewis to mention that without the Hobgoblin waffle flipper, nobody would be able to have pancakes at 3 o'clock in the morning. $5 from Lewis to talk about the Hobgoblin waffle flipper, that somebody's got to flip the pancakes. $2 from Lewis talking about the Hobgoblin waffle flipper. Without a waffle flipper, where would we get our waffles from? It was pretty funny, actually. It was a good show. No, I don't understand Spanish. My friend, thanks for stopping by, though. I don't understand Spanish. I wish I did. That was one of the things that I would have liked to have done when I was in school. We had the option to learn French or Spanish, but I was not smart enough. That was 5-2, 5-1, and 6-1 was Spanish or French. You had a choice. I was in 5-2 and 6-2. One class removed from being smart enough to learn a language. But I wished I would have been smart enough to learn Spanish or French. That would be interesting. But nope, sorry, I don't understand. No comprende, sir. Thank you. I'm being Permy from the Philippines, which means take care always. Bye-bye for now. Unless you guys want to talk to each other, then I'll just keep the channel up. I gotta turn this around. I'll give you guys a few minutes to say goodbye. Or I could show you my video. I could do that. I could show you my video that I made on the white sand beach. Or I could show you a really cool video. This is you guys, a lot of people. Okay, let me I'm going to show you a cool video. There was a fella. I stopped in the mall the other day to pay my electric bill. And I could pay it online, but I actually enjoy when I go to the electric co-op inside the mall. In the mall, I bring the lady some kind of pan or bananas or a piece of fruit, an orange or an apple. So I stopped in the other day to pay my bill, and for the doc. I go, anytime I go past the hospital, every time I go home, if I have an extra half an hour, I buy 3 kilos of bananas. So I was waiting for her to come back from lunch, and I met a guy who said to me, Filipino, he just passed his civil engineering license. His name was Ese. It was Spanish, Filipino. Talking about Spanish, and Isai or Asai, something like that. Nice guy. So he asked me, do I have a boat here in the Philippines? I said, no, but I had a boat in America. And I showed him my boat in America. So I'm going to show you guys my boat that I had in America now. And you guys, so I was kidding with the guy, telling the guy that you don't have a boat? He's going, no, I don't have a boat. I'm going, so you are boatless, which is just some silly way of having a goof, having a laugh with the guy. Hey, from Pakistan. I just watched a show, Pakistan, about men that they break down boats, ships, and they take the sheet metal, and in the video that I made from Pakistan, where they wreck the ships, shipwrecking, and they get the sheet metal and they cut it with a burning torch, of course. They put it on a truck, and then they bring it to a shop. This is the video I watched this morning at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like 1/8 inch sheet metal. There's all different thicknesses. And they put it through these rollers. And first they cut all the bad edges off of it, the welding edges. And then they measure it a certain width, like 3 feet or 5 feet or 4 feet, depends on the sheet. And they put it through these rollers, and they roll it into a cylinder about 18 inches in diameter. This is from Pakistan. And then they put ends on it, these round end caps. They make all of this stuff by hand in the shop. And they turn this flat, what was flat sheet metal from a ship, all bent up, they turn it into compressors. And they sell them all over the world. And they make the compressors out of old sheet metal from ships instead of buying new metal. It's interesting. And I watched a lot of videos from India, different parts of Pakistan, India, where they make, with the rudest of tools, they make the coolest of videos, coolest of stuff. That one, they made air compressors. I could show you the video. I'll take a look. I'll get it. It's in my history for sure. It was a pretty cool video. You guys want to watch a cool video? I don't know where it is though, but it's far back. I'm gonna look for it right now. It's a long video though, 20 minutes or something like that. It's well worth watching it though. And I'm pretty sure that fellow was from Pakistan. I watch videos from all over the world. Even if I don't understand the language, I just put it on silent. And you people out there punching out these short videos for 30 seconds, I don't understand the mentality behind that. I really don't. Just showing somebody a picture of something and not explaining much what's in the picture, I pretty much unsubscribe from your channel if you do that. Where the heck is that video? It's back far. It's back really far. Well, let me show you my boat. Let me just show you my boat. Drill man. Upgraded drill man. Hey, thanks for stopping by. You want to see a boat? So in the mall with the fella that was boatless, he goes, do you have a boat? So I showed him this picture. He goes, that's not your boat. I said, yeah, that's my boat. And here's my boat. You guys don't have a boat. You can borrow this video and tell them it's your boat. Just put your face where my face is in the video. That's my, that was my SR311 Formula Ocean Racer yacht /yacht. 31 foot, 11 inches long, almost 32 feet long. It had twin 454 cubic inch engines in the boat, 365 horsepower each engine, 730 horsepower, 2 engines. And they are delivering the boat to me. This is the day of the delivery. And I lived on the water in Key Largo, and they're delivering it to the back of my house. And this boat went 63 miles an hour, about 58 knots. And it had a sleep-in cabin on the bottom with a sink and a bathroom downstairs. And it had a beautiful cover, a canvas cover that you could cover up at night so you wouldn't get rain or mosquitoes on you. So you guys that are boatless, you can buy a boat like this The problem with this boat, the biggest problem that I had, the engines only last 2 years. They last about 700-800 hours. So, and the boat burns 30 to 50 gallons an hour. So I replaced the engines twice. I rebuilt them. But the boat only gets 4 liters to 1 mile of gas. 4 liters of gas per mile. And here I am, Captain Michael Thomas Fazio, on my new boat. The happiest day of a boater's life is the day they buy the boat and the day they sell the boat. Michael Thomas Fazio, yachting in Key Largo, Florida, when I still had black hair. So we're going 60 miles an hour at that time, or thereabouts, somewhere between 50 and 60. It was cranked open, that's for sure. The old days, the good old days, the good old days. Yeah, we were flying. It was a perfect chop. It was a perfect day to go boating. So I said I had work, but I bought the boat, and they said they're going to deliver the boat. And I said to the guy, all those guys in the boat, we were all owners of heavy equipment. One guy had a trucking company. One guy sold heavy equipment. One guy had an excavation company. I had an excavation company. I'll give you the link. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you guys want to buy a nice boat? You can buy this boat now for about 30,000 US dollars today, in today's money. But you got to have $200 or $300 an hour for the gas. Okay, where the heck is my... That's what it costs for gasoline. $200, $300, $400, $500 an hour for gas. All right, hold on a minute. Yeah, that was those were the good old days. 500. You go to the dock in the morning, you fill it up with gas. One thing you don't want, and at the end of the day, you could literally put $500 in gas in it in one day. It was a lot of fun, though. It was oodles of fun. It was Can't believe, what do we got going here now? Let's see. This message is held for review. Okay, so here's the video for the boat, the link. Good Friday maiden voyage. You might want to open this up on your computer to see what a real boat looks like. And this was it wasn't where I lived. This was not an expensive boat. Where I lived, they were beginning to sell boat motors, that outboard motors that cost more than my boat. They had at the time 300 Mercury Muratas, 300 horse, 350 horse Mercury Murata engines. That was $60,000 installed. I had the guy across the canal had two, not Evinrudes. Yeah, it might have been Evinrudes. His motors were $100,000 just for the motors, not the boat. The boat was, he had a beautiful boat, beautiful fishing boat. But motors, they have the new Mercuries are $78,000 for one motor, not installed. $78,000. And there's boats with 6 of those motors on there. So $500,000 in motors installed. And then you have to pay $10,000 to install the motor on the boat for the cable and steering hookup and all that other stuff and the transom. Let's see what we got here. Upgraded Titan Drillman. Upgraded Titan Drillman. So if you're, okay, so you have the name Upgraded Titan Drillman. Are you still here? I have a question for you. So is Upgraded Titan Drillman still here? We'll find out what you know about drill rigs. Oh, now he's not going to show up because he's probably not a driller. We're waiting for the upgraded Titan Drillman. He's not here anymore, huh? That's a darn shame. Alrighty. We have a man here from San Carlos City. San Carlos City. Ilo Cas. I live on Payar Road. That's the Philippines. The name of that island. Hey, welcome to the machine. Berna. That's a cool name. So what is it that you do here in the Philippines, Berna? Berna. I got a song. I feel a song coming on. I hear it in my head. I hear it. You can hear it already. Berna is in the house. Berna is a sorry store owner. Berna lives with her mama and Lola and has a sorry store. Berna, 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 Berna. We're going to try to get your name into the next Matrix movie, Matrix 5, where Keanu Reeves says to Winston goes, "Where will you go?" Because he died in John Wick 4. You guys want to watch a good movie? That John Wick 4 is a great movie. There was so much knowledge, so much stuff that you passes you by when you watch the movie just one time. So he, at the end of the movie, he wants to get out of the game, so to speak. So he pretended that he died. So that means there'll be a John Wick 5, The Resurrection. But what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to get John Wick, Keanu Reeves, when Winston, that's the guy who owns the New York hotel, consecrated hotel in New York. When Winston says to John Wick, "Where will you go now that you're back?" And John Wick, Keanu Reeves will go, "I'm going to go see Berna. Berna, I'm on my way. Berna, I'm happy to say, I am John Wicks, this is John Wicks 5. I'm going to meet Berna soon. John Wicks and Berna. John Wicks can man the sari store. John Wicks can take care of the pesos for you." Ha, ha, ha. I live here. You're famous, Berna. Berna. We made you famous. Okay, so you will say goodbye. Thanks for stopping by. All right, everybody, I'm going to go. I'm done. It's 3:30, and I don't have anything else to do for the rest of the day, but I do want to prepare my my afternoon dinner, my late afternoon, early dinner. So thanks for watching. And remember, if you could push the thumbs down button or the thumbs up button, that's cool too. Up or down, makes no difference. It's all part of the show. I'm Big Permy, which of course means I'm Big Permy from the Philippines, baby. And I'm Big Permy means take care always. Bye-bye for now. That's right.